Igbo kunie n'oge elugo.
It is time.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time.
It is time.
It's the MONI Show.
The MONI Show.
The MONI Show. The MONI Show.
The MONI Show.
Maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Let the conversation begin.
Yes, so good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the MONI Show. Maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Afọ Mbuchuka. Anyị apụtago ọzọ ebe aka ọ na-eme. Ndị ewono ụmụ Igbo ndị ọma, ndị na-edozi obodo, ndị na-eme ọfụma, ndị nwere akọ na uche, ndị na-echekwa obodo, ndị pụrụ onwe fa n'anya, ndị na-agbakọta ndị mmadụ. Anyị abịago ọzọ ka anyị kwuo maka ka anyị esi wee na-aga n'iru. Ekene m unu niile, daalụ no. Thank you for joining. If you can hear my voice, show me a sign, any kind of sign, your emoji or whatever, show me a sign that you can hear my voice, so I'm sure that we are together. Anyị anọkwa ebe a together. Ndewonu, none. I'm Kenny, my co-host. I don't want them. Kekime.
Morning. It's another Saturday. Good morning, my beautiful people. Thank you very much.
Priscilla, onye bekai. Imeranga.
Good afternoon, good morning. Ekele monye owola no eba now. Ahambo Priscilla Wadimo, of life. As you come Kelono and welcome you all to this session. Ogadikwa very hot. So biko Gwandi Begi, Gwandi Yadunu. Share the link. Konyobula bata bieku utodi hana ho. Onhanchori no ta. Bonding as in everybody around you. Ndaha nona your beer palo. Everybody kabiano akoka, and this particular topic we're going to talk about today. In when you care on your own spaces, on your own timeline, or get care in a WhatsApp group or wala or any other association I know kind discuss this conversation. Thank you.
That was so much. Even this conversation, people don't want them say na can't cable discrimination. Who na koda ko herself. Eziokwu na afọ na ntị. Ụfọdụ sị na marginalization ọ bụrụ discrimination, no marginalization. Nze ba nke ọ bụ na asị na ọ bụ. Enwe shoni na ngwụsị ya, shon dị na ngwụsị ya, and shona bụ ife na-enye anyị nsogbu. So I think I tikọtazi ya ọnụ, but o tikọtazi ya na ọ ga-etozi ogologo too much na our flyer and everywhere, and kind of confusing ndị mmadụ.
Biko Chuka, akwimasị na enwe discrimination, nwekwa marginalization.
Yes, eziokwu.
So can go keta with discrimination. Echi mobu some other time down the line, and you cook marginalization. I think I got what I will reduce the effect of inhanchori kufta no kundia. Because discrimination dinga onye obula bu onye Nigeria or onye Igbo or any other tribe na maro see discrimination there. On ato asi no dibe ready quiz you. But this particular show will gene maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. So I get kuhenda anyị n'obi. Oyo kufute otu srewo. You understand? Tia the right topic. Chaya cha na ya na dika gine abacha. We hene mene.
Biko kugwele fa mo aya na kwa kisi. Aya na
makabiko. Aya na like this abacha we hene mene.
The truth, nke bụkwa n'eziokwu bụ n'okwu n'otu aka ife adị. Ife akpọrọ ya ka ọ bụ. Because ene ma anya na-ebe anya na the word discrimination. Nekwa anya na the word marginalization. Fụma nke marginalization dịkwanụ ka iteli ude. Ọ dịcha ka ife social life. Ọ dịcha ka ife social ostracizing people socially. Imago dị ife agụpụ ndị mmadụ. Imago menye onye ahụ respect. Imago a na-eme ife asị na amanso. Ọ dịcha ka ihe eji nwaanyị na-eme nye ọ ka ọ dị na ntị ka m gụkwa ya gọf onwe ka o si dị m n'anya ọbaro n'ime nwesị ka m kasịkwa na this marginalization pụgodi obele because nke a ma nkụ aka na ọma nkụ ha ma na isi ntụ ka ije na discrimination because nke a mgbe ebe ọ na-abanye onye ọbụla na-arụ ife ọbụla na-elu ụrọ gị bụ discrimination onye ọbụla ma ihe discrimination mmiri ọnụ ada afụ discrimination na obodo anyị abụ Nigeria. Ọ bụrụ na ada afụ nukwukwa o, because onye ọbụla ya ekwu ya. Onya ma eji wee sị ka anyị tinyezie ya ka ọ bụrụzia what is real, ka onye ọbụla kwuzie nke dị real kwuo ka o si wee dị ya. Ịmụkwana ka o luru n'ogbe ga-ebido ife anụwa. Ama mma onwe ndị fa na Twitter gbara agba. Twitter wee sị na ha ga-suspend akaụntụ anyị. Ya ka mụ ya na-agbalị for the past 20 minutes. Hey, Chineke nna. As in, account is suspended. Nna asị na ọ nkata ndị a kpara wete ndị na-achị anyị. Ndị a ọ nkata ha kpara wete ndị na-achị anyị, onwe ihe na-ekwu ihe ịzụ ka ihe dị ihe anyị na-ekwu now. Si kpaa ha tụdụọ ha pin amarọ mbọt anyị nwe mmeri oge ọbụla anyị merikwa banyekwa still. So ekele dị Chukwu na anyị abanyego n'ife anyị na-ekwu na ife a nnukwute mkpa, mana ife anyị aga n'iru biko na achọ nkụ na nghọta na ife a bụ village square ka anyị nọ, ife a bụ meeting ndị be anyị ka anyị nọ, anyị na-ekwu maka ife gbasara anyị, na onye ọbụla nwere right ikwu okwu, onye ọbụla nwere ikwu dị valid, whoever you are, ife ọbụla ị chọrọ ikwu here dị valid and you are free to participate. So biko join us in this conversation. Achọ ka onye ọbụla bata n'okwu a, because that's the idea of this conversation. Ka onye ọbụla so na-ekwu okwu, ọ nkata ka a na-akpọ ya nkata okwu ikwu na ibe. So nala anyị mic ka e wee banye n'okwu anyị na-ekwu, wee gwa anyị ife ilu maka ife anụmanụ anyị na-akpa today, ka o si wee metụta gị ọ ka isi afụ ya from ebe ị nọ, ọ nke ị notice go, because ọ na-eme different part of life na Nigeria gbasara ndị Igbo. Ọ na-eme na ebe ọ na-eme erika mana mma rapụgodi ya for now. Biko adọra gwagodi anyị rules of engagement, because anyị chọrọ ka anyị na-ekwu ife ka anyị nweta some order ka anyị si eme ife. So ka anyị gbalụ amalụ our ground rules. Ngwa gaa n'iru biko.
Chika ọ maka na ma bụrụ co-host Kenero.
Aka m na-abịa. Ewe n'iwe aka m na-abịa. Aṅụ na ngwọ na nkwụ na-abịa. Anyị ka na-abịa. Anyị ga-elu gị.
Ndị bara ekenekwa m unu biko. All right, back to you, Ada.
Thank you so much, Yuka. Nwanne m Nelo, the Igbo tik Nelo n'onwe ya.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Imana Priscilla Buzo, you all know before. See you repost to online page. Still, you repost best. Also, mother for repost to go. Share nice space because the kind of man I need to go. If you request if you are region on a comment section, just click on that PLD on the bottom and click like and repost. Oh, very easy peasy. Kandi madma kwa na nye bidogo. Then omne nwotu ye sitimi on no ku aside maka unu fu yi okwu ago Igbo discrimination. I man okwu ba okpurukpu. So a lot of people yenwele things to say about it because ima na ịchọ itinye n'okwu a gbagote na speaker ka ị nala anyị mic. Oh, ịgbagotekwanụ biko just go straight to the point. Kwuo nnọọ okwu inwe nye anyị ife niile ekpo n'ọnụ gbasara nya bụ okwu today, gbasara nya bụ meeting a today. And then agbagoteka make sure na environment gị adịrọ too noisy. Amakwa m 19 dị busy but onwe nnọọ ka ihe si limit ye sound na your environment. Ka the streaming dị very very beautiful because enwekwa ndị so nọrọ na-ege anyị ntị mana YouTube o mana Facebook. Notago. Then apụta otu anyị esikwa gwa nwanne anyị okwu ịma na nzukọ ụmụ nwanne ka anyị nọ biko akpọkwana anybody ihe akụgodo ọnụ o nwere ka ihe esi mụ adị njakịrị. Notago. Onye n'okwu ya ọmụọ amụ instead of ebe akwa ọ bụla ife ga-atọ ọchị ife ga-akpọdatakwa everybody together. Oh, ka anyị dị nnọọ respectful among each other. Ka okwu aga serere and werere. Abi Chuka. Maka esi ekwu ya serere na werere. Anyway, thank you so much once again. Oya mabata na afọ ka munu chani no Sachooks nwa ama. Oh, Sachris, sorry, Sachooks. Jesus. Sachris nwa mama. Thank you so much for joining us. If I afọ ka nge Daniel na amacha ugom na no Daniel na amacha. Dabata space na amacha. Good morning, Dr. Jeff. Afọ bụ Sam Preste ebe ọ dịka ọbụgo. Sammy, ebe ọ bụ na ị nọ nnọọ ji nwa na-achịta azụ biko. Ma ndị nọcha nnọọ na stealth mode na-ege anyị ntị. Ma maazị afụchakwa m unu ncheni ndị Paul, Oga Paul. Good morning. Welcome. Oja Ndi Igbo, good morning. Uncle Henry. so nka nke negodi mmadụ mkpụrụ one na one na afọ na screen ma chi zara ma afchakwa m nche nne. Thank you everyone. Gbagote na speaker m unu nwe okwu nchi itinyela anyị n'okwu a o ka anyị na nche nne kpaa ka ụmụnne ma Amarachi hey ama nwanne m afọ gị biko. Anyway, ka anyị bidozie Chuka, back to you my brother.
Daalụ nne Adora nwanne m ịmana nke gị na-adị special.
As in the thing tọrọ m ezigbo ụtọ like this. Onye fọrọ ọnụ.
Ka o si ebe ndị English na-atọcha m ụtọ.
As in, but ihe ka m mkpa onye ahụ kwesịrị onye ọbụla kwele onye ọbụla.
Eziokwu.
Oletochukwu ihe ahụ. And ka ọkacha mkpa even though anyị na-akọkarịta ụka nga ka ụmụnne na ụmụnna, you understand? Ọ dị very important na anyị, you understand, ka ghara ịkparị onwe anyị. Because ịkparị onwe anyị na-ekwu maka Igbo discrimination gị betikwe mkparị n'elu. Ya dịzị ka ọzọ ka ọzọ okwu maazi ka anyị na-eme nga ka ogene, you know, stuff like that. So I agree with that. Igbo tik n'elu. Ịṅụrụ kaita, ịṅụrụ mmiri oyi, eleko. Let's know the one now. I get you facing. Welcome, my sister. It's always a pleasure to have you on Spaces.
Nilo, you want to go have analyst? I went on na in-house analyst today. One night work on there. I get figure out today. Anyway.
Happier. I call all the ready time.
Kai banyeno kwa. Achọrọ m ikwu too much because na achọrọ m ka ọ bụrụ ikwu na ibe na-ekwu okwu a mana let me just say a few things. Imago, a na-asị na ndị Igbo na-ekwu okwu too much, na ndị Igbo na-complain too much. And achọrọ m ka anyị mata na eziokwu na ọ na-afụ ụfụ ma ọ bụ na ị na-eme mmadụ ife ọ na-ekwusi okwu ike. Ọ na-afụ ụfụ. So ihe ga na anyị na-ajụ onwe m sometimes bụ anyị na-ekwukwa na ife anụ na-eme nwe ka o si emetụta change n'ife anyị na-aga through anyị marọ m. Mana ọ dị mma ka anyị mara ife na-eme what ya very very well. And nwekwanụ ka o si wee luo oge onye obodo ọzọ bịa meet gị ọ gị na-akpa nkata sị gị ekike how are you being discriminated against or how are you being marginalized. Ịgbakwa n'ife ya agwụ ya because sometimes ndị ahụ ghọtara ife na-aga ebe ahụ mgbe okpuru ka a na-agba anyị ọdịrọ sometimes ọdịrọ so obvious ọdịrọ direct mana inebezi anya na figures statistics itie mkpu. Can you an example? Ihe akọbakwa different areas o. Can just banye na government. Ka bido na government. Imana since ekele Nigeria till taa mụ na gị ebe a. Anyị nwebe one na-achị anyị. Imana anyị na-asị na enwere ofu. Anyị nwego one president. Ikwu ya theoretically anyị nwego one president. But he wasn't the head of state. Somebody else was in charge. So onye Igbo achịnube Nigeria since they created obodo a. That alone is a travesty. Isi ebe agbara tabasịa n'anya na parastatals ife a na-akpọ federal parastatals ife a na-akpọ MDAs, ministry, department and agencies. Eju onwe gị ugboro ole ka ị na-anụ afa ndị Igbo na these places ọ ndị etinye na high places in these places ugboro ole ka ị na-anụ ya ka anyị negodo anya na some major parts of it n'anya na NNPC since 1977 till today sọsọ ofu onye a ga-akpọ onye Igbo maka na o si anị ọcha bịa Ibekachukwu onye Delta State. Sọsọ ofu onye bụ onye bugolo MD of NNPC. So ofu onye NNPC dịkwa na Southern Nigeria o. Asị ka enebi anya that way. Ọ pụtara na enwere onye dị qualified bụ onye Igbo since 1977 till now. Ọ pụtara na enwere ndị Igbo gụrụ akwụkwọ in the field ekwesị iji wee rọpụta onye a ga-etinye ebe ahụ since 1977 till now. N'anya na Central Bank, same thing since 1968 or so, or 64 till date. Sọsọ ofu onye out of 12 appointments. Sọsọ ofu onye ka emegolu Governor of Central Bank bụ onye be anyị onye Igbo. That is Charles Soludo. N'anya ka anyị banye na military, n'anya na that side. Enwere ebe a na-akpọ head of chief of army staff, nwe chief of naval staff, nwe chief of air staff. Onye kwanụ ka ị na-akụ bụ onye Igbo. Then ka anyị kụzie n'isi ya chief of defense staff since 1980 till 2024. Sọsọ ofu onye Igbo ka emegolu chief of defense staff. That is Paul Dike in 2008 under Jonathan. In Angana police, since the 60s till today, Emega appoints so many police, inspector generals of police. So Fuonye Onovo, so Fuonye Bonye Megolu, inspector general of police, Bonye Bani. So now just opotalo nemoronye rise golu na rank na police or army or navy or air force or any of these places if they qualified. Kongo kesi abolu ga ga emezi onya ngefanwa agopia nako or kwapia nako. Naju obono ife na eme kedi ife bodi nsogbu ndi a kezi kedi ife bodi problem kedi ife na atufu ojo ka na atuko kedi ife obu because will make your sense in any way. Kaisi good na government puta journey education for a child to qualify for a national exam cut off mark a na-enye ndị nọ na be anyị bezi adị iche na nke a na-enye ndị nọ n'ebe ndị ọzọ nke anyị bụ the highest. Ke ka esi n'anya ebe ndị mmadụ nọ isi na ndị nke a na-agụ akwụkwọ ọfụma ndị nke a da-agụ akwụkwọ ọfụma. The North don't enroll a lot. Whose fault is it? Ọ bụrụ na anyị mere no. Anyị nwa na-agụ akwụkwọ isizi maka na anyị na-agụ akwụkwọ. Na anyị enye anyị higher cut off mark to qualify for the same thing. Onye ọbụla ga-ede n'akwụkwọ. Then after all that, onye ọbụla ga-abatakwa na the same playing field. Though. So what it means is that ọbụna enwe 1 million children kwesị enroll. Ebunye cut off mark to whatever ebunye ya. Ọbụna more than 3 times if etinye na nke ndị North. It reduces go number ụmụaka ga qualify.
Nice 3 times.
And can just dig the obele and they're extremely nice. If so each way reduce mmadụ nega qualify nwụpụta na exam anwa. Ka ọ ghara ịdị ka ndị agbanarịgo unu. Onye jikwa n'unu who is holding those other regions from investing in education? The reason is simple. Their system is only sustained properly when the majority are not educated and when they're kept in poverty. Because the more people know, the more they demand from their rulers and their leaders. It's simple. Man, I don't want to run that kind of system. I believe with empowerment. The funny part of this thing is that it wasn't like this before. One day, I couldn't say, I get developed in the bank. As at 1920, 1910, I had that etiquetted. But one day, people, a group of Ndi Igbo, they come on again now. They are together. Say, can I dozie buy? Can I yellow the buy? Well, maybe invest in education and other things, skill development, skill acquisition. If I know my friend, Ndi Igbo, which means Nandi Melo, they will get the same results. The Southwest made the same thing. When you're Bonama, capacity free education on their own side. Net the results. So, anyị na-adọchi ya ndị azụ ka ọfa na-adọchi ya anyị azụ. Anyị ga-ekwuzi, unu ga-ekwuzi. Fa ga-ekwukwutu, onye ọbụla tinyezi ọnụ na ya. Mgbe sị ka anyị nekwudo anya na nke ọzọ, bụrụ nke a bụ nke ndị gbara etinye anya na ya nnukwu. Because creating more states in Nigeria has not helped us. But nke bụ eziokwu bụ na enye ife dịkwa ikwu mmadụ ka ibe mma, ife dị nneka mma, dịkwa ngozi mma. Inyelo Southwest, near Southeast, South, near North Central, near Northeast, near Northwest. Bezian and Ndi Igbo, near have only 5 states, while others have 6, one has 7. What this means is that Obunenwe Fobunekwesi allocates to the states na Nigeria. Only 5 portions Gabena Southeast, while 6 goes to most other states. Delta Mwelo, Niger Delta Mwelo, South Mwelo, Edo, Delta, Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa State, and Akwa Ibom. The Southwest Mwelo Lagos, Oyo State, Ekiti State, Osun State, Ondo State. Right? But if the one aside in Kenya, because of their own. Now, if Patagonia House of Assembly, they decide the guy is where China, because I don't know how many states even will get decided how many people are represented the states now. Because I know constituency, so I went less. So now if I don't want to draw just simple, all the political, all the strategic, all gal in different areas. It's a based business. Ever can where assassins if you need it. They might not complain. Nigeria, but Nigeria alone, actually dominated their city. They want to take over their town, whatever. Now we are buying up all the lands in their city without asking themselves the real question: why are these people bent on coming here to do business? Were they always like this? No. We have the biggest markets in Nigeria as at 1970. We're in the southeast. Aba area and on the Champion market. And you see from different parts of West Africa, they are working Abuja. What happened? They cut off all the routes. It's a good bataife. Short to Safa down. Going over to Lagos. All found in charge of the government. So it was easy for them to do. So, if any money get no pan, when I get each of these wafia now, we get bedding service in Butafia again. It just say about from all Capalo get money we pay shop back 11 years back 11 years back. Only try manufacturing or do when Kevin gets go to even major and manufacturing and the materials. What the one come up and do be an aba on the be when they base in Lagos and Jen so Lagos, what I do call me easier. He said is up my factory about well over now. So manufacturing look the same thing. Only everybody retail business, retail level. The same thing for Joe when you go know your custom before we bulgidi far we see na Lagos, Bulutia, Bulgidia, Buluya, Bakaliki, or Bulu Yelugu. The police were not saying na Ganapom Nozo. Amade Mogelu do about it because then we kill accidents. All those things you check, you say the cost. So can we be good if I know na Lagos about Moga Balloon? What I say, mafia everywhere. Ndi bekwana beka fazwa afia me other things. Ya mono paga mono maka no maka ga how you just school now. Again, Yafwa. Keba is go tap again. Man get laugh after again. So only get a quack, I don't care about the Apagain. This is how people migrate. It's just simple. So anytime anybody is complaining about these things, because this is the reason why we are moving around the way we are. I'm not saying that we never travel, but this is the basic. I'm just talking about the basics. I'm not one never you come at the technicalities. So, second, again, if I am discrimination of Igbos or the real or the real, or not the real to you, but Guaziana goes where the real kiki si free. Kerebo se method, Kerebo se method lema, Keko se method the Bani Ndi Igbo from your own perspective. But before I can you, I did good adora. Nelo, go down if you feel. If this is there now, our co-host Abanya, I will circulate is a conya of Nakubezioku. Because only what I go Mike when you again. Dalo, Nelo, because I knew.
Because I'm not like dispense to speak now. I'm getting a kameduma when I can speak.
Okay, so what Adora? Can you see if all kind of I got to talk about what I got with an abroad discrimination because he has now. I capture under one word. I have talking vocabulary also.
It's not in your head. It is real. It's yoku. You need outline and no. But it's yoku. I want to feel every day. I know feel every day. Apart from that, I are cheating on that marginalization. The discrimination is real, and if I prefer it to go mentally, need a lot of Nigerians. And it's so unfair because kedi ngwabu ye Ndi Igbo me. Kedi abuke yo no kedi ye di ye wan. Ebo si afo chacha mo football. Eputazie that same discrimination badekwa etched in the minds of Ndi Igbo no wefa. Nka na akpo magonye digo onye past go through some level of trauma. Biadizie used to that trauma. Yotago Weluzie na leave young my mom na biadizie ko onu akole. Hey. Yeah, the thing na agbawobi. But I like all the things they outline go. It is real. It is very, very broad daylight. I na afu anya steady. Man, okay, kai well go there. Ndi I want to experience it in person. What I go apart from the systemic ones I narrate kita. Anya obuna man, we go be either seeking for business deals or partnerships or cholo. just to discriminate here against you just because na afagi bu Igbo. Even my husband at some point, even na Uniport he had to change his name. His state from Imo State to River State. Just to get into medical school. Why? Discrimination. Because all Jego from Unilag, Adria na Unilag, even though he sat for the exam, first on the list, best student in that exam for medical school. Still, any area, not for medical school, for their Kedifana bodies, their internship, training. Any area, why? No Igbo. But I go see a J Uniben, the same thing. Mrs. Ye where Nabata Uniport. Uniport comment as a Nachetakwa as his internship. So it is real. It is real, and we all experience it, even if in our little minor corners and in our daily endeavors in Nigeria. Thank you again, Chuka, for okugi. Priscilla, one them open on way he cheating no kua because Signor no genia can move or Michael says so now. On advance,
Well, in between Ife Chuka Kuru, now he Kuru right now, right? I think you pretty much covered it. Ihene wemi wena this matter buna. The discrimination and all this time allowing to become very strong. Mana, even that strength is still a problem. And look at now. As soon as you become an Igbo child, you already know that you have to study and study very hard. Now you study a very high cutoff mark. Garo school. Because you are not from here, you cannot do this. Because you are not from here, you cannot do this. Because I'm not from here, I for no write the exam because I don't understand. You understand? I'm not gonna am I even welcome here? And one hand, you see a Ndi Igbo. In another hand, you see you do different kind of actions that don't make them feel welcome. And since we are saying real things here, no need to paint all this matter. No need to, butter it up. The fact, Buna, agwo no nakreka. And the earlier we admit that, it is true. I know we've had a lot of adaptation methods. If I not try, me say, bakandi na kaharese. Ihene maybe. Why I'm going on a one state? Mother Agwam see, baki wonyibo, gezwi shigi. Why? Are you more Nigerian than me? Shobakarage. Now we are. The Maga another region. The same thing. In fact, in the gapus of wagging here, and you can't even blame them because how manala hijiranya huna that place. Constitution no queen hojo. Culture no queen hojo. Activity no queen hojo. Norms no queen hojo. But at the end of the day, ihe maybe. Onyara wola gafege no geji Ndi Igbo na akpi hojo. It has to stop, but I happy good day. Can do also be hanuche. Now, I know here. All we was to acknowledge the discrimination. I know that there are other actions that have emanated from, this discrimination that we have all identified. Or we have all those extra action, all the discrimination itself. Chukawase, adhorawase. Okay, those only agenda those are do this place now. Biako agenda also. Agenda we are here to talk about our challenges. Confirm and acknowledge the discrimination. And Mobruna, I would love to hear from you. And yes, umunem batawa no batain kan kuka. Kuka the onko, kuka the hot. And that being said, Chuka, should I share the background?
Let me just do a little. Let me just explain a few things. You're welcome to the MONI Show. MONI Bu Ike Spirit is an acronym for Ndi Igbo. So MONI. You gotta go. If I were buying out, this is where we just come together to share ideas, rub minds, look at our problems together, and then find real solutions, viable solutions to our collective problems. Because so we might as well come together and figure it out together and then marshal out plans and actions on how to solve it. So if I can discuss anything we come here to discuss, first of all, is to identify the problem. Because you can't solve a problem you have not thoroughly understood. So I what is the problem? I see the K5 measure. I get chambers in there. Because so what are we going to do on our own? What are we going to do about it? I get bound. I get doggy from here. Then I'm going to say, I get why I do wine or Sunday na church in Mayfa. Came all over this swinging from within us. Ndi twang and then can and the bang you wouldn't so Mayfa. Then it is about where Jobas K5 game as take I see mayor on our own. How much can we do? So can I be doggy from Ben Sobuno? So if I can see we can call why to call back because we're not victims. We're not playing victims. We're talking about our reality that affects us every day, every second, every minute. Only bona team business, on he no get check. Go see we deal within the custom. Go see we deal within the police. The police no na Igbo. Can the police no na every other region by far na roadblock. If you like that, we wiki na kota have more money. So if I name na each gear is each behind isi ga wagi. So manaka ndap go the can do also we so no kwa we ku nke fan half anya nwa ada half. Ngwanu ka onye bụ the first person gbagota kwa Daniel ngwa ga n'iru.
Daniel bụ ụzọ bata, but before Daniel aga ka welcome kwa onye ọbụla bata anụ so far. Ike God afkwa nge Eze Chukwu ma Binoski ma Obi Abia State hagas ma Sir George hey Sir George this your DP no kapubisi hey yeah ndị ba anyị ju no in the house ma that be say man they go do no ma Mary White ma chi gozie chi nwanne m afụkwa nge biko gbagotebe no
ahụkwara nwanne yes, na Chigozie chọrọ izu taa.
Mami, Chigozie na, ma Chigozie magatoy so gonna lie Mike. Ekere ka
ma Daniel. Inekele. King Kuti na ahụkwa hem na ahụ. Ọ dị ka akụkọ nke taa ga-adị ọkụ Adora. Ọ ga-adị very hot. Ọ ga-adị pọ.
Nsogbu adịrọ atọ. Udo na-achị ebe a. Ịfụnanya na-achị ebe a.
Udo na.
Onye kwuo nke na-eso n'ife a na-ekwanye mechie ya ọnụ. Si anọgo n'akụkụ maka anyị ada emekwa ụmụ ihe ụmụaka anyị ada ama aka ebe a.
Wait, well, anyone nọ nga amasị. Anyone nọ nga amasị ọwụ anyị ga-eji akọ n'uche anyị mee ha na-eme nga. Adịghị nwatakịrị nọ here.
Oh yes.
Adị nwatakịrị nọ nga.
Mba, ọ adịghị nwatakịrị nọ nga.
Hapụ maka na ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ consultancy ya gịnị.
I enjoy that so much. But I got near because na time I draw before I might even again on 10:30.
The first person, only symbol
Daniel.
Yes, please, Daniel.
Oh, Daniel. Daniel.
Oh, Paul Puluzo Tiakani.
I was the first to raise my hand.
Eh?
Yeah, I was the first to raise my hand.
That's true. Mazi Buzo Wenyake no Daniel Buzo Bogote but.
So kezin ke gabu nke Buzo ga onye Buzo Wenyake ko onye Buzo Bogota.
Onye Buzo Wenyake.
Kamazi kachazie Daniel.
Okay.
Mana Professor una tatie sandi ebi no ebi na this house.
Ngwa Daniel biko when did go Paul ngwa ga niru.
Chuka send with a mic abeg. Ononga he make no ma show natural panelist, permanent panelist. Ononga he make no downstairs make.
All right, like I need to move on. Because anybody but I just minimize your time, maximize your time, be precise, get straight to the point. Forget about
Let's just proceed because of time. I greet everyone on this space. Anywhere I see, Igbo, I often get very much interested because it speaks to the core of who I am. But before we go further with the conversation, I felt like the host, or let's leave it for the host. If you could just use like 2-3 minutes to tell us who the Igbos are. Yeah, we might feel like we know, we might think that everybody knows. But if you say that this is for Igbo interests, who are the Igbos that we're talking about here? So that further conversations will be able to, map out and know if we're actually in line or we're not in line. because this is the same mistake that a particular group, have been making over the years, whereby they say it's for the Igbos, but it appears as though they don't even know who the Igbos are. So I think it's going to do us good if we can identify in 2-3 minutes who the Igbos are, so that we know the sphere that we're covering here.
Okay, let me respond to that. Actually, I've been in a follow-up from the beginning. This was the first conversation we had. Ndi Igbo. We have discussed this already. That was the debut show. Ndi Igbo. And we exhausted it. We went deep into it.
Was it today or previous?
I'm talking about the previous weeks. So I na-aga n'usoro. I don't know if I do emere twa ka ọ ya lebo ekube, because if I na-ekwu now, ọ bụ na anyị kwuru ife a kịta, next week I say ka I discuss akụluo ụlọ. If na ndị mmadụ ga-ekwubezi na discrimination na ebe ihe na-akwụsị anyị ime invest na Igbo. So I say ka I go to touch go that part, take care of it first. So at eluzie na nke akụluo ụlọ, nwere ọzọ onye ga-enwe excuse. Anyị na-achị azụ, but since you brought up the concern, I would like you to start with that. Take 1 minute. Tell us what you think. Then the picture.
Oh, what I think. Okay. What I think, or what I understand to be the Igbos, are those who have, in fact, I would say in the simplest term, those who speak Bia, irrespective of whether they are in the 5 core Igbo speaking states or not. I think we can see what's happening in recent weeks, whereby a lot of Igbo communities are identified, even in places like Kogi, in places like Edo, in places like Delta, and even in rivers. So I believe that the Igbos are those who, at the core of their very dialect, it doesn't matter which. I mean, at the core of their very language, it doesn't matter the dialectical differences. You can hear words like Bia, and they have similar culture, and traditions that actually bind them together. So every single word might not be specific, but you can trace that each of these communities, indigenous communities, have a set of cultural value system and practices that are the same across board. So that's my basic understanding of it. There could be other areas as well.
Okay, go ahead with your submission.
I wanted to, I wasn't at the last one. I was invited to this one by Chuka, so I felt that it was not clarified. So I would like to also take a seat back, listen, and then before coming again. Okay. So the next person.
Okay, dialogue so much. Dialogue. Next. I got you.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Our next speaker was Daniel. Daniel, nala mic bigo one them open in ever. Daniel, yeah? Okay.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Daniel, can you give another microphone? What can you give? Is it the microphone the powerful? I don't gauge. I went on no go for my car. I don't get this raw. I need the key tinny Kenya. Or can you get some powers?
Okay. Good evening,
all
everyone. Right. Well, going to the conversation. Igbo discrimination. I think no, if they go came war, makano omalite makana all the guys in Ndi Igbo na bombo carrier. So ina bombo, ebulo ina bombo anyị ofo na ade. And oburo so Ndi Igbo ka ọ na-emetụta na ya na other parts of the world. Ebe all the guys na enwe ndị na-agba mbọ karịsịa. And they have the same set of discrimination. But if you encourage where I can job and I can be in a third world country, na sub-Saharan Africa. So ebe the mother na be enlightened. So kama ye na ya ka yesi we compete. Kama ye ga for ye ka gemma so ye ga aka ki we ga ni refias onye na babuge mo onye na ati na loge nke nwalu. And then again, bad leadership. So Igbo discrimination, bro, I can't deny. Even Mandi name ya makuno eziokwu ka ọ bụ. Mana eji awe upana is Ndi Igbo. You understand? No eji awe na-eme ka inwe ike wee nọtụ nwayọ. Mana I don't like it dwell na that discrimination. Makana na ị na-anya ọ bụrụ sọsọ anyị nwa bụ ife ọ na-eme and eziokwu na asị na experience is the best teacher mana sometimes nke na-ekwa n'ife mere onye ọzọ echi ya wee mara ife wee mụlụ akụ mụnwego ndị ọzọ ụdị ife a melụ nwee ka ha si wee ha nụlụọ ya mere nji wee na-ajụ anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo maalụ na ụdị ife a na-eme anyị kedu ka anyị si wee na-akpa agwa kedu ka anyị si wee na-eme weda ma ikulu maka Igbo presidency dịka ụfọdụ na dala ikwu ma ị na-ekwu maka na ife gbasara ụfọdụ ife eji edozi obodo bụ infrastructure kwesịrị na be anyị adịrọ ma ọ bụkwa na ụmụ ihe anya dị iche iche dịka nke host to highlight dịka ịgbago score maybe into higher institution ma unity school na ife ndị ọzọ dị anya ma bekee gbasara ịrụ ọrụ oyibo na Naịjirịa ma ọrụ gọọmenti fancha niile bụ eziokwu mana ọ bụ na ọ dị echekwa m na-enwe ebe anyị nwa bụ Ndị Igbo si wee na-eri mpe maka na ọ bụrụ na anyị dị maybe 30 million people o gosi na anyị bara ụba o gosikwa na nwa okwefere menụ ka mmadụ tinye anyị na pọs mana sometimes anyị na-eme ka a ga-asị na anyị chọrọ ka a na-etinye anyị na pọs. First and foremost site n'akụkụ ndị na-achị anyị kpọrọ nwefa Ndị Igbo anyị esokwa ebe a kwabewe ebe eso wee na-enwe that discrimination ma marginalization maka na onye ọmụ na onye na-represent gị ọ bụrụ na ọ machara ife ọma nkwuchite nwa ụgwọ ọnụ gị so ebe a bụ problem anyị nwere and that's a major problem because some of these things anyị na-ekwu ụfọdụ n'ime ha adịgo kemgbe mana anyị adịkwu nwa okwu isi ife a na-eme na ọ dịrọkwanụ mma na ya ma ntọrọreti ya you understand anyị bịa na-ekwu egwu na-ekwu ka ndị ịmago onye eji n'ala like you speak like the witch, you don't speak like someone who have strength and if na ebe a ka ebe anyị si wee na-enwe mperi onwe ife mere anyị few months ago ọ na-abụ nna deji ya wee na-ama atụ sị na anyị na-ekwukwa ihe anyị na-ekwu discrimination na marginalization kwa ebe anyị si wee na-eri mperi ọfụma. A mere election last year mgbe emesịrị before eme election enwe ndị si na ha ga-egosi ndị Igbo example ma ndị ga-atụ vote a na-achọrọ na beba. So during the course of this election egburu ndị be anyị tens of them ka egbu na Lagos ka egbusi ifa lota ata mụ na gị nọ anyị amara afa majority of us nọ na space a kịta onwere gasị ga-echeta onwe nọ mmadụ 10 ka mmadụ 12 ka egbu. Understand? Nke a bụrụ sọsọ discrimination because life have been lost, properties have been lost. You understand? Breadwinners have been killed, family members egbugofa. So ndị agha nwụgo ha nago ka ife anyị melụ we moved on onwere ife ọ bụ. You understand? Anyị akwanwụrụ ọfa anyị enyenwụrụ ha befitting burial we did not even do any memorial for them. Enwere discrimination ụka nke a karịa nke ị na-eme onwe gị. You understand? Egbu mmadụ egbu na-enwe ka esi wee na-esi wee na-anọ na space a kịta na-asị kpam na egburu mmadụ na Jos echi kịta ma ọ na-egbu mmadụ na Plateau ma ebe ahụ na-akpọrọ afọ ndị be anyị ga-ebi ya n'isi bukarị ya n'isi tụkọsie ego ka anyị esi wee ke ndị a rescue ma ndị a bụ ndị Igbo egbu na Lagos ka anyị si wee handle ha. Anyị enwetanwude ha afọ ha si okay let's do a memorial for these people ka ya print go afọ ha somewhere ka eji wee cheta na mbosi dona na arọ dona na-egbulu ndị be anyị maka na ha sị na ha ga-apụta participate ya na election. So ebe a ka ebe ọsọ n'ụsọ anyị si wee na-eri mperi. You understand? Because mụ na like a na-ekwu ihe ka a na-ekwukwa maka solution because ọ ga-aka dị mma because ama nọzi ndị ekwu ma ike marginalization akwụkwọ m ihe ndịzi after kịta bụ kedu ka anyị esi anyị ga-eme to challenge it. You understand? Onye bịa kịta abịa discriminate ya gị ị ga-arapụ ya ka ọ gaa free. You understand? Ka afọ ka ụdị onye dị ya you get ofu oke na ngwere pụta ọkọ ọgọ ọnụ ọbụ ọgọ ọnụ ọkọ ife ọbụla ọ chọrọ ka ọ kọsịa ya ọ pụọ ọ na-alụ onwe ya because na enwere any sort of repercussion. You understand? Ụfọdụ sometimes ndị be anyị na-eme unity beggar because na ịchọrọ ihe ka afọ gị na ịdị different na ịdị politically correct. Ụmụada ma abụọ mee unity beggar na-eje for political correctness. You understand? Anyị ncha niile bịara ụwa and anyị ncha niile ga-anwụ. You understand? Ife dị n'ụwa bụ na ebi ụwa ịgba mbọ dịka mmadụ mee ife kwesịrị ime dịka mmadụ. Anyị na-eme some of those things mana ebiazie anyị jikwala aka anyị na-eri mperi. You get? So discrimination mana discrimination nke anyị na-emekwa onwe anyị na-enye bukwa another moral na-emekwa ndị a ji wee na-eme ndị a na-eme discrimination ji ka ji wee na-eme ya. You understand? So ọ ka uche anyị dị ya. Yes, ọ na-adị mma ihe ekuku ya mgbe ị ga-eji nwa wee nwe advantage maybe in election na bisa anyị marginalize anyị a na-emekwa anyị nka jiri ya as a point. Mana at the same time mgbe ọ ga-abụ olu na pụta nsị dị anyị na imeli ihe mana man tolerate ya. The same ọ ga-abụ ọ bụ nọ na your family ọ bụ na mmadụ nwe ka o si akpali gị ma ọ na-ebuli gị ịnọkọtakwanụ fight ya back challenge onye a challenge abụrụ na ị ga-eje gbuo onye a enwere certain things ị ga-eme ebuli ya kwụsị ibuli gị. You understand? Mana ọ bụrụ na a na-ebuli anyị na-eme all those things anyị na-anagide ya anyị atọzie aghọzie zombi mgbe ọ bụla sọsọ ihe na ọbụ ịnagide nke ọ bụla na ọ bụla akwale gị gaa n'iru ịgaba akwale gị gaa n'azụ ịgaba. You understand? So o kwesịkwa ka anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo kpolie ya n'ọnụ si a na-emegbu anyị mana ka a na-emegbu anyị kedu ife anyị nwa bụ ndị man a na-emegbu anyị kedu ife anyị ga-eme to defend ourselves. Onye mere ọ na-abụ sometimes mbịa nweta aka ndị Juu asị gị anyị bịa na-asị ndị Juu enwere ife anyị kwesịrị ịmụta because we share a whole lot in common. Enwere onye dara akwụkwọ I think no the Jews and the Igbos ka describe as kezi ya na akpe ya middlemen minority. I think mgbe one day Professor Pat Utomi kwuru ihe na Center for Memories. You understand? See, we all belong to this category. In short, after the Jews, Ndi Igbo, and then one other tribe, I think somewhere, a Muslim country or either in Africa or the Middle East, we all belong to this category. But then we find those on them, they have strived to become politically relevant. But as at today, we are politically irrelevant. Who you are. Agụmakwụkwọ anyị niile
Daniel, ọ bụ na mma abatago just one second.
Chelo can round up, please. I don't like interjection. Just if you want, just give me sign. You understand? So it's very important. Now I prefer, especially for the young generation. I'm sometimes in or they can buy because or maybe after effect or aftermath of the Civil War. But now after the Civil War. Mago, I just say in ife any you compare a man na even continue July car continue. You understand? So we must strive to become politically relevant. So that guy bala yulu, kaguma kukwa bala yulu, kan jenjeni na ineje ko bala yulu. How the kata onye Jew ku maybe onye Jew say anti-Semitism. Also, good enough also like Malia. It will become a global or a global topic, and there must be repercussion. So the same way in Nigeria, because when I boy across the world, this in Kayaka good is also in Nigeria. Oge lugum boga abuna. Oye doga kananti dogwalia. Oye pade age boata kwalia. You understand? So long as abuno uses in our choku, don't be the first to discriminate against anybody. But abuna mad megia. At short, I'm up for it. You are not going to go scot-free. You get? Because I believe that as a bully you get too much. You must bully back. You must fight back. And when you start fighting back, on your abuna, it would not on ya. On your nada quite look before or quite look because on manner or may if a na drama there will be consequences. So henceforth, I'm appealing and calling on each and every one of us to begin to seek for consequences. And consequences must not necessarily be fighting back. Just like Ones we bondi by in Lagos. Obuna with a laugh and tension in it, you have a fitting barrier, maybe no go on nowhere. Web 10 or one place. To say mount or something about Prince Yafa. Next election, I'm actually made that thing as nda melody yao. Imara na plan na this next election. This time around, how get you we retaliate here. You understand? So I'm just saying it. I'm not saying going up that work. Come on, no. I'm just giving instances about a rimpe. And you are seeking for that Igbo progress. You must start doing what other people have done to become relevant, to avoid being annihilated, because we not please we not for you must stand your ground, fight, because life is all about survival. Thank you very much.
Dalo so much, Daniel. This is so profound. If people are maka, get on your next person to talk. I move real fast. Time na ganari. Priscilla.
Okay, the next person Gane will Paul, followed by I think Chenna. Can you have those two people first before Anga, move on, so we don't forget. I think the next person after Uche Nagawo, crypto blocker before Akokaria. So request for the mic and come join up. Thank you. So Paul, you have the floor.
Talono. The bike in the Kwamun. Afambo Paul and Okum Garden King. Call discrimination. Like can see if the host could. Okay. Can see if the host could organ this space. We if Daniel, the last speaker crew, and I want to draw a line from what the host said and also from what Daniel said, Mr. Daniel said. Equal discrimination, we have to start from within us. All the very important. The discrimination I name among us weakens us from inside and makes us more vulnerable to the discrimination we receive from outside us. It exposes us to the outside discrimination. Take for instance, okay, today we Ncheta Onwo Nnamdi Azikiwe. How many of our Igbo leaders, how many governors, how many current political leaders in Igbo land spoke about this man today? That that the whole world, everybody is talking about the commemoration of the death of this man, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was the first Nigerian president in the First Republic. How many of our prominent Igbo leaders spoke about it today? None. The discrimination we do among ourselves weakens us and makes us vulnerable to the discrimination we get from outside. But here, for any day, and Akakuko Awolowo, for instance, yeah, for Ndi Yoruba ni na Agbako, na that man. That is their strength. And tomorrow we come to say we are being discriminated against. How have we treated ourselves? The host spoke about Kurokubaka, political power, how the Igbos have been discriminated and kept aside, sidelined in the course of distributing political powers. And I want to ask, Ndi Igbo political powers from back in the day until today, what has been their contribution to the growth of an Igbo? How have they driven development and growth in an Igbo? Let's forget about people like Michael Okpara and some other big heads. The current leaders that we've had, Igbo leaders we've had within the past 20 years, what have been their stamp in the growth and development of an Igbo? How many of them? Let's talk about Chukwuma, because you made mention of him, CBN governor. What is his legacy that we are going to say has benefited the Igbos as a people during and after his stay as Central Bank governor and now as Anambra State governor? what is the stamp he's leaving as an Igbo leader, and talk about so many others. Are you going to talk about the Kanos of Abia State or the Namanis of Enugu State? Which of them, our current leaders, which of them are we going to say have contributed to the growth and development of Igbo? We are talking about intrinsic and palpable growth and development, things that people can see, things that people can touch, things that people can feel, not just Akukajambele and Anunanti. So these are the issues. When we want to talk about this discrimination, we start from within us. Let's talk about us first before we are talking about how others have treated us. Let's talk about how we have treated ourselves. How well, how good have we treated ourselves as Ndi Igbo? How well have we treated ourselves as Ndi Igbo to deserve being treated well? Because I see that now charity begins at home, and you can't give what you don't have. It is what if we have treated ourselves well, we can demand from other people. But when we have not treated ourselves well, how do we expect others to treat us? So these are the issues. These are issues that are existing among us as Igbos, and these are they happen every day. You will see the Anambra man speaking ill of the Ebonyi state man. You will see the Enugu state man speaking ill of the Abia state man, and so on, and it goes round that way. How have we treated ourselves as Ndi Igbo to start with? How well have we treated ourselves as Ndi Igbo to deserve or to demand that other people treat us without discrimination? How well have we treated ourselves? Let us go back and ask ourselves, because most of us here are people that have platforms, that have the voice, that have other that have other political platforms as well. How, in your own capacity, how have you contributed to the growth and development of Ndi Igbo? What if today you are not there? What are we going to say that you have done for an Igbo? What are we going to say tomorrow if you are vying for an office, a political office, a leadership office within an Igbo? What are we going to hold on to say, this is what we have known this person for over time, and this is what we know that he can do for us as a people? This is where the change begins. It begins. Thank you very much. It begins from within us. Thank you very much. I end my speech. Thank you for listening.
Paul, thank you so much, my brother, for your contribution. Oku gi amaka no ma oku Daniel Uku. So onwe ihe anyị ga-eme before anyị ebido wepụta isiokwu nnọọ, anyị plan chago to this show ga-esi wee flow, and nkọtụọ into your submission, because naturally broaden the scope of ihe na-ekwu to help people get a little more expression. You want to go from the discussion, from this topic so biko onye na-ekwu nkọtụọ into you aburo to be disrespectful. It's just simply to broaden the discussion, because don't feel offended, and please follow accordingly, and just help us follow suit with any question on Chohejoge. Thank you very much. Then Paul and Daniel Kukwa, something like this before now. Something about Otuanyi Wabundi Igbo si treat you and and I feel like Paul quite the same thing. Unumoge Chu Kanyeta is a prelude to this discussion. We mentioned about how, apart from Onwa Kogolayako in the society, anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo pụtakwu bịa buluzie ọnụ a akọla anyị, and we've believed it so much that we've carried it on around in our discussions and our dealings with each other.
So saying things like Ndi Igbo afro onwe fa n'anya, or Ndi Igbo na-emegbute onwe fa, or Ndi Igbo adịrọ politically relevant is actually on our anyị ka ị na-embody unknowingly. I'll honestly like to point this out and bring our attention to this so that each and every one of us, the more we speak, because our words are very powerful, the more we speak, we need to be very cognizant of what we are saying with our own mouths. Because saying that Ndi Igbo are politically relevant is wrong. It is false because check here before anybody win anything in Nigeria. On Igbo egwu change elia na okpotara afa Ndi Igbo, his campaign might just end up being as basic and regular. They never really have anything to throw up. They never really bring anything relevant to the table until Faitubanya afa Ndi Igbo in that mix. If you ask me, that is the biggest political power ever. So I could say things like, how do we harness this political power and leverage it for our own benefit? That will be very much understandable than a blanket statement such as Ndi Igbo are politically relevant. I refuse, and Acharam, for the purpose of this platform, I carry on with that narrative. Number two, ikuna Ndi Igbo kedu ka anyị nwasi treat onwe nwanne m Paul hapụchakwa ya agwa gị n'ilo. Ọkwa ifu onwere onye ọbụla nọ n'ụwa as human beings, ifu ihe na-eme na be ndị ọzọ, ịma na Ndị Igbo na-enwefu onwe fa n'anya. Na afụrụ onwe anyị n'anya, anyị agha build ụdị Igwe Bu Ike build go so far. Ụdị collective name and collective social capital anyị nwe as Ndị Igbo. Anyị agha enwe ya by now. The whole basis of nwa boy is because na Ndị Igbo fụ onwe fa n'anya, and Ndị Igbo ada like era nwanne fa. Notago. So ihe a ị na-ekwu kịta bụ ọnụ akọgolo anyị akọ that has come to live in our subconscious, and we've continued to carry it on. Our parents, nna nna anyị fapụgide ife a ọbịa bilizi anyị nwa n'uche kịta anyị nwa na fe ekwukwu ya. If we don't take care to correct that narrative, our children will continue like that, God forbid. So Ndị Igbo fụrụ onwe fa n'anya, onye ọbụla na-anụ ọgụ na befa, onye ọbụla na-enwe issues, and even na ụmụ nwanne a na-enwe ndị na-adị nnọọ iche. It's very, very natural. But ọbụkwa on a general scale, ma Ndị Igbo afụrụ onwe fa n'anya, yes, and we'll continue to say it like that, and we'll continue to carry on with that mentality, and we'll surpass ndị niile, ndị ilo anyị niile no everywhere na-eche ka anyị fero. So that's all I wanted to come in and say. And again, Bikono, if we do interject you at any time, it is only for the purpose of expanding the discussion and not to be disrespectful. Thank you very much. Igbotik Nelo. I can't get over the name. Nelo, Mama. Because panelists, if you're available, we'll move to the hands. Thank you so much. Because if you're on the speaker section and you love to speak, when you're lying, be ready. Thank you. Nelo Ngwan.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Unu ewe n'iwe ete m na-asụ na Uchenna ya ekwu ma ọ bụ na onye kwuru okwu kwusie.
Uchenna, Nelo bụ one of our panelists. So, nya kan jiwesi ka Nelo kusizie gị nwa will go next. So, thank you, nwanne.
Yeah, Uche, I was supposed to go first, but then I wasn't ready. So, saying Auntie ready, getting ya Kamelu. So, please, thank you. All right, so Ada, thank you so much for your last submission, because Ezeukuka, this other person this person one of the things, say victim blaming, because Amarom why everything in the country has been fashioned against you, but Sibia Amige face the things that are fashioned against you. Ibaeze inside. Nay, face is on yourselves. Now say, oh, it's your fault. It's also a form of cowardice, because the truth is, I had discriminated against 100%. You know, there are certain, after Kailucha, the war, Gowon came out or has seen all, you know, no victor, no vanquished. They were supposed to rehabilitate Ali Igbo, you know, all those destructions after the war. Federal government, did they do any of them? And also, what is very important, Ndi Igbo Chetana, before the war, the eastern region was thriving. We were in Africa, we were one of the fastest growing economy because then the ports were working. You know, the agricultural sectors was booming. We were manufacturing steel in Ali Igbo. Enugu coal was very, very active. All these things were happening. We were doing very, very well in our place. So, those times. No. But when the war happened, all these things were destroyed. And you know, £20 policy. No matter how much in our accounts, you know, if you are £20, I will look at that one. I may be. Immediately after the war, also £20 Kenya. Immediately, Feme introduced that indigenization policy. Other tribes in Morego were able to buy into all these companies. So even most of these companies, most of their major shareholders are Ndi Igbo. If you see Igbo people coming up now, offer through sheer hard work, through sheer doggedness, case they are buying small. But you see that thing about old money and all those things, we don't really have it. A lot of the wealth that we have now, we had to start again from scratch. So don't forget this part. And Iga also that when people are struggling and hustling, they will do anything. Don't stop blaming yourselves. You know, Abia now, have you ever wondered why the ports around Igbo axis, none is working? Lagos State is burdened. All the areas along Lagos State, but as in Lagos State is bleeding from excessive, what is happening in those ports. They can't even deal with all. You have goods in those ports, hard on 6 months, 8 months. They can't clear them. It's too much. But the federal government has refused to dredge all those seaports along Port Harcourt and Calabar and the Warri one. Why? Because they know, farmer, that once those places are active and bubbling, the eastern region will wake up again. Or census, that's national population census. Should we talk about that one? Where bogus numbers got from, you know, other region. Then where we tell if I in Ndi Igbo, now our population is. Are you kidding me? Somebody will always say there's something David Honde in the it is only in Nigeria that, you know, population increases in the desert area, while the population closer to the sea diminishes. Nowhere else in the world does this happen. Population did not closer to the water, to the sea, is always more than the population of those in the desert. But in Nigeria, you know, it's the reverse. So whether there is discrimination, yes, there is. Whether our own people, especially, I think that because, again, after the whole war, the web, I just scatter on wine everywhere, now hustle. And then somehow we kind of left governance in the southeast to the, you know, to opportunists. They've come, they've taken over. So this is one of the things that personally I will always continue to happen. I need it take our eyes back to our place. During election time, because if you can go and register in the southeast, can you make sure that DC has okay, you know, as the people that are going to come out? Because southeastern governors, they have to come together and begin to work together, especially when it comes to infrastructures. They have to be able to, you know, create uniform infrastructures amongst themselves so that, again, we can, you know, we can trade amongst each other. Abia Oku in the southeast, energy is a huge problem. Most of the, they work with us, Emeka Yoko, who is that guy, you know, that just sits, I can't remember his name.
Emeka.
Thank you. You know, sits on power distribution at the southeast. He collects huge money working with Nda they have refused to make energy available to us in the Southeast. And you know how important energy is to production. So we need to start looking at the forces that are fashioned against us and leave whether I hate for one or I like it for one. Those things are secondary because in Gakwan and the midst of funding bonders or fan that na like so those things are things that would always happen. Let us look at the main issues. We are being discriminated against. There's a need for restructuring in this country because all these things that Fabia creating states, Ndi Igbo, you have Igbo people in different states. Do you think that all those things are not unintentional? In Ndi Igbo, those people there, they don't know where they belong. Today, Fasigina Fabu Ndi Igbo, tomorrow Fasina Fabu Ndi Igbo, depending on their interest or what they hope to gain. Even with the places they are claiming, they don't, so all those things, we need that restructuring is very, very important. But there's also something that I would always say. As Ndi Igbo, that so many times some people feel like, oh, we don't belong here, we want out. But the truth, Buna, we are here in this country called Nigeria. We are here. And it's about time, we just remove our faces from our asses and begin. You see what Peter Obi did in 2023. Do you not know that it took people by surprise? Because normally, most of the Igbo politicians, they've been sold this mentality that, they cannot forge ahead on their own. That, you have to depend on, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the numbers, you cannot do this. How do you want to do it? What is the pathway? What is the this? But those things are things that are being said, that are being fed to keep you under. You have to stand up and rise and take what belongs to you. Don't say, oh, I cannot apply for federal jobs because, Igbo people are being discriminated against anyways. No. Go in there, put in your application, do everything, do whatever you have to do, because at the end of the day, in Dubai, I know this country. So if you have to play the game, play the game. I always say, as in nobody, if you have to get in the ring and play the game, play it. Play your opponents, play who you need to play, and guess what you need to do. The funny thing is that we know how to do these things, businesses, in other parts of our lives, even in offices. But when it comes to politics, it's like we want to just remove ourselves and become spectators. But my dear, you see what P.O. did. He threw his heart into the ring and he went in 101%. Ndi Igbo, we have to do the same thing, both at home and both in the federal. I yield my mic here. Thank you, Chuka.
Thank you so much. Nelo Onokwa. Thank you so much. Okugi Ozulezu. Wow. Jueju. All the candy na my co-host. Whatever. Manase Wadra. What a game. So, Priscilla, welcome back. I want to avoid responding to things because if I we can move very, very quickly. I go time others. If I my friend now, I am get about 3 hours. So, yes, I come go kundi bonus here. So, I got rose boss, but
yes.
The mic is yours.
Ndewo no ndị be anyị ekele m unu ncha ndị host unu agbanika okwu m mmegbu okwu m na nkenke ịma na this space anyị nọ n'ekita onwe title and title ya bụ ajụjụ ka ọ na-ajụ ma discrimination ndị Igbo na-efesi ma ọ bụ eziokwu ka ọ na ọ bụrụ ya mana onye pụtazi ọrapie kọba ife ọzọ akwanụ nsogbu anyị na-enwe with most of these people feel na fago akwụkwọ. So ọ bụrụ na ịwọchị gịnị bụ afọ Harriet Tubman ọ sị I could have saved thousands if only I had been able to convince them they were slaves. If only not convincing Wulufa. So iye ekwete go the first n'ife na-eme tubu iwe kwubo okwu ka eyesi wee savage the thing. Ọ bụrụ a na-ajụ ajụjụ ịrafugodi ife a na-ekwu wee kwube ife ọzọ ikwete na ọ na-eme ikwuzie one or two things gosi na ịma na ife asị na ọ na-eme ibe eziokwu na ọ na-eme. First of all, ebe m chọrọ ibu ụzọ metụ aka bụ na ka m rafu imetụ aka n'okwu ndị ọzọ ka m kwuru okwu wee jebe. Ọ bụrụ na ndị na-ekwu okwu niile na-apụta na-ekwu okwu a na-ekwu okwu ka anyị abụfu ka enwevu oge anyị bụ Pan Igbo group. We were never Pan Igbo group. Mana anyị nwe ka anyị si achịkọ onwe anyị ọnụ. That spirit of Igbo-ness na-achịkọ anyị ọnụ. Anyị na-eme ife wee na-achieve anything ọbụla anyị chọrọ achieve until ndị a wee bido wee kebe steeti. And oge ebido wee kebe steeti a eke steeti eke ya eme ya ka ọ dị ka na onye abụọ dị nwanne gị na-enwere ife gbasara gị na ya na-eteritiri ya na-eteritiri gị ya mebe ife nke ka ị na-eme ife nke. And a lot of us amaghị the effect of those things. Anyị amaghị the effect. Anyị na-fear from anyị na-just afụ the prima facie of the thing. Anyị feel na anyị amachago. Onye mata obele ifo feel iya ịmarụ the effect of this thing. Ọ na-eliba n'ime. Secondly, a na-asị na ndị Igbo na-akpọ onwe fa asị. Ndị Igbo enwere oge anyị ji akpọ onwe anyị asị. Cha. Ọ na-abụ nne-ede na Twitter, nne-ede na oge mpempe na-agụ newspaper because internet adịbe so television na this thing. Mfụ afọ onye oshi onye ori ọbụla mfụ na newspaper afie na-abụkarị afọ onye Igbo. And a na-ede afie a ya ede local government dee ife ome. Mana ọ bụ na onye afọ abụrụ onye Igbo ajọs ude na ejidolu onye oshi na-enwere onye oshi ejidolu somewhere. Just the thing na like that. As a kid, mụ apụta na-eche na ndị Igbo bụ ndị ori ama na Nigeria. Ama m level ntolu before that mentality wee pụọ mụ n'isi. Mgbe chọpụtakwa na this thing bụ ife ama ọma wee mee. Unu amaghị the effect of all these things. Ịpụta anyị na-akọjọ mmadụ because of obele mistake ọ na-eme, because of the effect of ife ọ na-agabiga. Eme ndị ihe exam na 2007 after ka m graduate na secondary school. Enwetenwuru m admission mana NDA bụ ife na-agụ m agụsi mụ na ọyị m nwoke ike anyị nwụrụ iyi nọ ebe anyị eje. So I wee desie that time a na-ewo 4 a na-asị na East State na-produce 8 candidates, 4 ka anyị admit, then 4 anọrọ as reserve. Amara m maka na-eme elu oke taa. So mana oge anyị je ide exam ọnụ ndị bugolu NDA student nchọpụta ha lu 1000. Mgbe na-ajụ out of these 36 states ya na 4 a na-eweta na each state ka esi wee nweta this number of people na-afụ. I desi that exam anyị enwetara amara m ife na m enwetara mana ama m akwụkwọ nke bụ isi ya bụ na ị na-ada afụ result gị ma ị pass ma ọ na ịpasịrọ. My friend wee dey 4 extra time o dey 28 day 29 day 210 day 211 o nweterie. So ama m na ndị Igbo ụfọdụ na-enweta n'aba mana ị ya ama ụdịrị mmadụ inwe. Ọ bụ na ndị maka fa yesi wee na-eme everything fa na-eme without na-ewole anyị fa kaadị na-eme mana ọ ya adịzi too obvious. Ma ọ bụ na ha na-eme everything na this country anaghị ewolu anyị cha ame iji afụ na ndị na-ewole anyị wee na-eti wee na-emeju ka ọ dịkwa ka a na-eme asị gị kwọta sistem. Akwa obi na fa agaghalị n'ugwu Hausa na-egwurufa bọholu kịta enwenugo onye ọbụla si ugwu Hausa chọọ ịzụ ọchịchị wee pụta wee na-aga akpagharị n'ala Igbo wee na-emele anyị ife ka o wee taa anyị ụtọ ka anyị wee nabata ya ka o wee meela anyị ka o wee chịa anyị chịta anyị ọfụma. Anyị ekwesịghị ịwa anya karịa all this thing. Ife anyị na-agabiga enwere mmete. The earlier we realize this, the better for us. Whatever. Mana anyị na-alike ịdị too intellectual, anyị ma akwụkwọ. Ị na-agwa mmadụ ife ekwesịghị ime. Ọ na-egosi gị na ọ ma akwụkwọ, ọ ma oke akwụkwọ. So, ndị be anyị, ife the discrimination dịkwa real. Abụ m onye na-akpaghalị ejego m mba dị iche iche na obodo Naijiria nọ wee chọpụta na onye ọbụla abụrụ onye Igbo na-akpọ onye Igbo asị without any reason, enwere any reason o ji kpọọ gị asị. Oge ụfọdụ ya engage most of them na conversation njọ biko ken gịnị mere iji wee kpọọ ndị a asị? Ọ sị gị na ha na-awụgbu mmadụ. Nsị ọ na ndị bụ na anaghị awụgbu mmadụ, ọ sị m na ha na-awụgbu mana ọ dịrọ ka nke ndị be anyị. Ndị onye awụgbunu gị ọ sị m na ọma nche ka awụgbuo ya ka o wee na nna ya na-agwa di ya na o bidoro n'oge nna ya. So ịfụ na mkpụrụ a na-akụnye n'ime ndị ọ bụrụ ọnụ ife jos a na-ajọs ekunyite n'ụla wee mebe ihe a dị intentional. The thing abụgolu and ọbụkwanụ ndị anyị na fanọkọ bụ ndị na-akpụ brain wee na-eme this thing. Ọ bụrụ na ije gụọ ekumeku maka ekumeku wụọ wee mara ife ndị ọcha megide wee baa anyị ime unu amala ife melụ faji wee na-eyuzu ndị gbara anyị okirikiri wee na-eti ụdịrị mkpụrụ nụa n'ime fa ka ewelu wee na-emegide anyị ka anyị rafụ iku ume because na anyị nwa bụ ndị ya anapụtanwu ndị ojii. Ọ bụ na iwu ọchị ya ọfụma ana m eche echiche ana m anụ my own chee this thing baa n'ime ọfụma. Oge ụfọdụ mma na-arụ ọrụ like this thing agba m n'echiche nrafie. Oge ụfọdụ ndị siensị ka m postuo mfuchekwe ya. So this thing is deep, ọ dị real, deeper than we are even seeing. So mma kwụsị ebe a because ekwube maọkwanụ nyebe example ma na ya ma mpụta because this thing bụ ife nchọpụtago for a very long time. All just na mamara ife mee na manara a put the thing into writing na publish here ka ndị mmadụ na-afụ. Amarom, I'm the only son, abụ m the only son in my family. So oge ụfọdụ na-emekwa n'ife nna m chọpụta this thing na-emeketa obebe akwa nne m ebebe akwa ayọba m. So ọkwa ndị tin na-eme mmeketa oge ụfọdụ na-akpuo ọ dịka nwoke anọlie. So ndị be anyị daalụ nụ.
Uchenna daalụ so much. Nna ya okwu ga-amaka nnọọ ikwuka na okwu gị mara mma nnukwu. Achọrọ m ikwu ife a biko ọ bụrụ na ị bụ onye na-edenwe ife debe anyị ga-agba ka anyị ga-esi wee mee gị integrate dị ife anyị na-eme ife akụnye media ọ bụrụ sọ space anyị ga-eme vidio mee audio mee text ife niile so ọ bụrụ na echi debe anyị ga-epush gị onye ọbụla ga-etinye aka onye ọbụla nwere ife ọ ga-ede ga-abala anyị debe ọ ife anyị na-achọ biko daalụ nne.
One of the things I na-ata afụfụ self bụ na anyị na-ede ya. Most of the
I kwesịrị na document ife na-eme anyị document ebe na-enwe record of ife niile biko nu onye nwekwana iwe ma ọ bụ na ekwusi awepụ gị na speaker corner because ndị chọrọ ịbata erika so anyị need na create space ka ndị ọzọ nwee ike ịbata even na co-host akụkụ awalogo aka kọpị ya n'akụkụ ana anyị nwere ike ịkpụbata ya yet so onye kwusi anyị ga-ewepụ gị mana enwee ike efedekwa ege na ọ batakwa gị ọzọ. Daalụ nne Uchenna. Kedu onye next person na-ekwu? Akụkarịa
ga then ekwucha ya wụrụzie crypto blocker crypto block.
Akụkarịa ngwa gaa n'ihu.
Demenu, good evening everybody. Ife gbasara Igbo na-atọ m ụtọ biko civil service culture dịka Mike Gado on okwu a Igbo discrimination was real eziokwu abaghị uru ijuba ajụ a maka onye ọna ma na eziokwu onweghị discrimination karịgoduru nke emere ebe anyị itukesi anyị akpọ ndị nke South akọrọ ebe a si ebe a kịta historically ndị ikwerekwazi fọrọ ndị ekwe na ndị ekwena amaechusi side onye nke side nke awụ one of the biggest form of discrimination and marginalization emegoro ndị Igbo and all the systematic. Now the thing na-emekwa n'ife a bụ na ndị Nigeria na onwe ha na-eteke advantage ka anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo si eme anya ụfụ na-adọba n'ime some of us, not all, anya ụfụ, and ha na-utilize ya were eti ọgbata ufio n'etiti anyị. O bidoro with people like Zikifa, role o play mgbe a na-anụ agha. Ọ na-eme ojukwu anya ụfụ na ojukwu small boy chọzi ibu onye na-achị ndị Igbo. Ọkwa onye delu Biafran anthem, ịma na ụfọdụ amarọ ekwubego na ụfọdụ otu okwu a this last week na-ekwu ụfọdụ filu na n'ụbụrụ ha ka eji wee lụ ihe niile n'ụwa ịgwazi ya kọwala ifezik ime ka anyị agwa gị so ha na-utilize all these things. That is the issue. If I even chọrọ ikwu that na o nwere ife a na-ekwu maka slavery a sị na the biggest enablers of slavery bụ onye nọ in servitude n'onwe ya ibinye one day si onye na-emekpa gị arụ n'ozugo ọtụba gị egwu mana enweghị situation ga-abụ ejere ikwu enwekwa ndị ga-anọ n'etiti ga na-enyopụ ife ndị Igbo na-eme ga na-akọlụ ndị Naijiria then onweghị ebe anyị ji azụ eje ife niile onye ọna mana ife na-eme even outside Nigeria ụwa niile mana ndị Igbo nwere nsogbu n'obodo ha nke ọjọọ. So now kedu ife a ga-eke ka anyị esi wee pụta na nsogbu anyị nọ anyị tọrọ atọ isi ụmụnne anyị wotanụ suggestion asị gị n'onwe ka esi eme kedu ka esi eme ka anyị solu gị onweghị onye ya ekwute ihe ọbụla onwe ndị nke na-eme eje ha jee gbaa ya mgbe okpuru nwe mgbe asị ndị seneti si ka etinye ọnụ n'okwu Nnamdi Kanu onye binyitere ọnụ oppose that motion bụ APC senator izu na-azọ Bonaventure ya bụ onye binitere ọsị mba si hapụ Nnamdi Kanu ya nwụọ n'ime ndị Hausa ọtọ ha si oke ebe ọ na ụmụnne ha si ya nọ n'ime ọ nke ha ji aka. So kedu ka e ga-esi wee mee the thing bụ kedu solution because ọ bụghị ịpụta everyday ị na-ekwu a na-emekpa gị arụ a na-eme nka kedu ife ị ga-eme ịpụta na side ndị nke ọzọ anaghị afactor in North Central ma ọ bụ nke once ị na ha na-asụ Yoruba even iburugoro onye Kotonu na-asụ Yoruba ị nwere ọnụ na Lagos more than onye Igbo. MC Oluomo na-apịawa ndị Igbo azụ na Lagos ọ bụrụkwa onye South West onye kwara ka ọ bụ mana ịpụta na side nke anyị asị gị na isi ha na ịcross ha na bridge na ịbọzikwa onye Igbo anyị nweghị ha na-ekwu maka ya onwezie ndị pụtara apụtasị ngwa okwu a ka ekwuo ya ọfụma ọkwa ndị Igbo eje gbawa ha mgba. That is the issue. Kedu ka ga-esi because ọ bụrụ na anyị na-ekwukarịta ofu okwu onye ọbụla pụtasị mba nwee menu this is how it's supposed to be. Nwanne anyị nwoke nọ n'ime o nwere onye na-ekwu maka ya Sunday Igbo otu okwu ahụ na-ekwu ọkwa nọ n'ilo na-akpagharị ọ na-akpagharị Europe niile nne nwụọ ọbata bịakwa nne pụwakwa nwe onye metụrụ ya aka. Ndị Igbo onye na-ekwu okwu Nnamdi Kanu mana ịpụta isi na-emegbu gị so ọgụ nwa na-enye aka ka emegbuo gị. So ife ọ na level ife anyị na-ekwu otego anyị kwubere ọ na-emezi ifele ịpụta egbuo m emegbuo m kedu ife ị na-eme against it ekwuo ndị senyitere isi ndị si oke ka anyị tazie afọ once and for all ijekwa ị na-agba those people mgba. Ife anyị kwesịrị ị na-ekwu na anụbụ nna anyị ha ebega akwa utojukwuva anyị nwapụtakwana na-ebe ụmụ anyị bịa ụjụ bụ ụmụ anyị a ga-ebekwa disema akwa kedu ife anyị ga-eme ọ bụ ọzọ this question of is neither here nor there onye ọ na-ama n'ọ eziokwu ihe anyị ga na-ajụzi bụ kedu ife anyị ga-eme ka ife a kwụsị a na-ama ya anyị aka n'anya too much na Nigeria. Kedu ihe anyị ga-eme kwesịrị ịbụ onye kwuchi anya kwuo ka esi eme mụ nwa nwere ebe nkwụ most people na space ama na-enwere ebe nkwụ and on da ga-azụ anyị ndụ. So mana ọ bụrụ na ị nwere any solution ikwuchakwa ya ịwụsị ya dị ya olukwu eji mepe space a na-emegbu anyị a na-akụpọ ụnụ asị anyị atụ na vote na Lagos ikwucha ya ịwụsị ya dị ya no movement no nothing. So nwa achọrọ i hold mic for long mana dị mfe na-ekwu bụ ife na-eme anyị sikwa anyị nwa n'aka because of anya ụfụ Zik mere Ojukwu bụkwa anya ụfụ a na-eme Nnamdi Kanu n'elu taa maka okwunyitelu ụwa na-eso fụ na eziokwu ka ọ na-ekwu kama ụnụ ya apụtazisi nwanne m ife na-ekwu bụ eziokwu ngwa ka anyị na-eka esi sọpọtụ ka ekwu okwu ọfụma ụnụ si mbasi gbuo n'ime de ndị a na-emekpa gị arụ ga-emekpa gị because a sị na egbuo dike bọsị ọgụ achọ maka dike na kachifo na ụmụnne m mekwusigo donu.
Akaria, thank you very much. Now your submission email again. Ka akwụkwọ ya ka ọ ya lede ka anyị ekwuru ya biko nụ space a bụ ka anyị kọọ ka esi eme ndị Igbo discriminate ka anyị malụ dị nsogbu ka anyị determine what is real na what is not real biko nụ ka anyị lepụta ebe a gbaba onwe anyị mgbe okpulu. Oh, thank you very much again. I believe now the next person kwesịrị bụ yes my dear.
Just to answer the last guy, because how about the solution, what he said, the solution, I know people like to come against Zeke, but you see, when with his NCNC-led government, the level of brought this image that they brought Igbo. They did it through what? Through governance. You have to. And this is why Njime insists that I need in elections so that Obugo no restructuring Kaitoro. I elect Ndi Gaga na that house and see restructuring on the table so that everything that we want, we have the right channel. Okay, MNK, no, very popular. And now say you have this influence. Get these people to go into governance and present this thing. Osimba, no, sit at home. No election. That will never favor us. We need to go back and look at Ifai Meru in the past that worked for us and begin to also implement that. And I always say that what Zig did, working with governance, it was NCNC that established the Eastern business, something that in charge of making sure that the industries in Alibo was booming. When honestly, before the war, Alibo was booming. It was through governance. So we need to look at the things that have worked in the past and try it again. Thank you. I leave the mic back to you.
Thank you so much, Nello. I like to tinye ọnụ n'ihe okwu anwa. But I like Ramoto Sibiasi na abụọ Nnamdi Kanu mgbe okpuru. It is not the truth. Ihe onye ọbụla na-ekwu bụ anyị chọọ ime ife a for real ka anyị mee ya ọfụma ka onye ọbụla tụkọnata uche mee ya ọfụma as ndị Igbo. Notago. So thank you once again. Then everybody na abịa na asị m can take quite a little opportunity ka everybody bịa join ya so far. Bikono, help us retweet the space. Can the buy mal na ife ebidogo? Na anyị na-akpa nkata ụmụnne ebe a onye ọbụla bata in the food ka anyị kpaa ka ụmụ nwanne maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Thank you once again.
Exactly, Ada. And can you check that, right? Can you check that they can follow the spaces, Kunye Media, so that they will not miss any of the upcoming spaces. Any OZIs across the timeline or any of our social media platforms. Because now, follow Kunye Media so that you can be a part of this consistently by the grace of God. Ada, you can continue.
Thank you once again. I see beautiful faces in the house. Bikono, help us retweet and share the space. We'll now hurriedly move on to Anambra first son. Uche, odika abido sheku uche. If you abido shake again, you go yana credit. Kukuwa complete.
Onari anaka wani ya wuko no nakuke. All to cop playing and go.
He'll be back. He'll be back. Can also get full here? I'm sure he'll be back.
Yes, he'll definitely be back. Okay. Yes, we can move on. Daniel, you report something because I see his hand is closed.
No, I think Daniel should wait. If I can go the round first before I be again. And Bikonu, I think we need to time this now because Oga one of the guy knew. So each person maybe 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Are you okay? Yes. 3 minutes. Okay. So the next person 3 minutes.
The next person will crypto blocker.
Okay, crypto.
Okay. Good evening, Ndi Igbo. No kapano. I'm Wadwe Stanley from Imo State. So I like the topic you hold a very, very important topic and all the necessary so long as you have development of Ali Igbo they concerned. Igbo through the may be discriminated or not. So first of all, what I can hear would this Igbo something first, and come create here the atmosphere of maybe understanding what this Igbo something is actually. So Igbo Ana is just like a religious something. As in Igbo, they can religion, not Christianity, all these kind of things. So currently now, maybe Igbo only came a map on its own. But if I don't hear about this Nigeria, or use home, and when I need this thing, Nigeria use the map of Igbo and go on. Except some people name me Hebasara cultural something, which other part to this all the almost as an insignificant as in you use the actual map of Igbo land. So that's why some people most times and you could go in Hebasara development or political something, they rather go for the defined map of Nigeria and you go down on something like the map of Southeast. So that's why sometimes more and more Hebasara development not like you focus on the map would go the authentic for now, which is the map of Southeast. And for now, I think nobody this our Southeast for Taralani before so that's why in order to minimize a lot of arguments or a lot of blah blah blah, not like you focus on Southeast. Bobland they discuss things about Okuibo, Moalibo something. So not like you focus on Hebasara Southeast. So if I do on Nigeria one, Hebasara discrimination or anything more, everything in the Hebasara discrimination more, we may be mad more anything. So all what I on in any society now practice democracy. Democracy will a government of the majority. I think on our a government of the majority. So other government of the majority, as in the minority can feel discriminated. And if I don't know this in our Nigeria, Southeast our population are here enough. As in or enough to challenge or to all these kind of things. Only you kick in politics enough. Only you kick in politics enough. That's why and only you kick enough in politics enough. Because in Nigeria now practice a kind of tribal politics or as in and they use politics as in tribalism as a tool in politics. As a tool, in politics. So, or there now is this. When 2 or 3 tribes come together in Nigeria, already I understand in Nigeria what about 3 distinct tribal something like Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. So, all Yoruba and Hausa, if they can be able to merge together, their population are there enough. Then population are there enough. If they move into politics or any election something, they will be able to come out successful. So, I may repeat that thing severally. With time, when they can go for we start feeling discriminated. And sometimes, in the if they start feeling discriminated, some people now among them, their family, some of them will start wanting to dissociate themselves from that discrimination, as in, from that inferiority or something like. That's why sometimes they want to take them as our Southeast politicians now they're against us. That is because they don't want to associate with themselves as minority, because they need to get the favor of the majority, or they need to get the support of the majority. That's why sometimes they don't want to play along tribal line, because in this our Nigeria, if you play anything tribal in this our the way our they say anything, unless Southeast is going to form, unless we Southeasterners, we are going to form an alliance with another major ethnic group or something like Hausa, but it's not likely going to happen. So sometimes
you have 20 seconds.
Yes. So sometimes, sometimes they may advise our people that we should focus on development and leave as in governance and leave anything they concerned with politics or central politics, because if that place is not likely going to favor us anytime soon. Because even in 2027, I'm not even interested in voting anybody in 2027, irrespective of your region. Even in 2030, I'm not even interested in voting anybody in the presidential election again in Nigeria. The last one, I did not even vote for anybody. So, here is that our Southeasterners, we need to look into ourselves. We need to, first of all, address the major things we need to address in Southeast. Focus on Southeast.
Okay.
Bring down.
Time up. Your time is up. Dialogue so much. Who next? Who next, please? Plato? Plato, are you ready to speak?
Okay, Mobile Plato, do you ready? Okay, the next person got was the advocacy, because advocacy are not telling Gantakri.
Okay, advocacy. If you want to react to what Crypto said, go ahead. I want to leave it to the floor.
Okay, good evening. Because na 3 minutes and I will also beg next time will start timing from the first speaker. Oburu ndị askwa na eme nwata ka emere bịa obi adị ya mma. Oburu ndị izizi ezigbote oge akọcha ọfụma kuche ka o si dịfa n'obi. Enyeze anyị nwa ndị ikpeazụ obere oge so biko ayọ ka nna ayọ ka na-emekwa n'ihe a ka ọ na-adị mma.
Advocacy 2 minutes ga-agagokwa.
Ọrụ na-ewepụ ya na nwere ifeọma kwasị ka aka ekọnọ ihe ndị Igbo. So nsogbu adịrọ, I don't mind ewepụ asị na ozugbo ọ dị oke m ga-apụkwa wute obi ọcha ana nwere ifeọma mbọsọ ọzọ abanyekwa n'ọrụ a nsogbu adịrọ. So mana nsị ka m kwubu ihe ebe nwanne m nwoke kwuru ka m rapụ m obi onye ọzọ etinye ọnụ ebe a mana ndị m ga-agwa ya bụ na ka o si wee kọọ abụrụkwanụ ka o si wee dị that na ọ ga-etinye onye ọsị na ya dị votu o so na ishu anyị na-enwe mana ọ bụrụ ihe m ga-abịa kwube kịta. Anyway, akwado m na-akwado wee bịa ihe a mana ebe a sị na oge m bụ sọsọ nkeji 3 ọ ga-afịakwanụ m arụ mana ka m traa ya. Well, the first thing anyị ga-emekwanụ bụ a na-emegide ndị Igbo whether meme discrimination nke a bụrụ ajụjụ na ya ga na-ekwu okwu ya bụ kedu ka o si bido kedu ka a ga-esi mee ya dawanụ o dole ewu na ọkụkọ anya ma ibu na ndị na-abụrụ ndị Igbo mụ na ha na-akpa nkata gị na ha kpa nkata unu nọ na-ara ha gwa onwe ha eziokwu ha agwa gị tru na na-emegide ndị Igbo mana m ga-ala ka ibido history kedu ka ihe a si bido ọ nọkọtara nnọọ ebido etu a ka ọ na onwe ka o si wee bido. The truth bụ na pre-independence, yes, pre-independence, because I had to ask question, I had to try to read history. We were not that marginalized or rather discriminated. In fact, Igbos we were almost everywhere. That was why even during the coup, I think the highest ranking officer was Ironsi, and that was why he hijacked the coup. Okay, so I think Ojukwu is the first graduate to be in the military. So we were everywhere. I learned that during the colonization that we were so bright. The white men were always carrying our people, to be their secretaries, to be administrators. So the discrimination, actually, this is pre-independence. However, during independence, what happened? Why did Zeke, somebody mentioned it, why did Zeke become a ceremonial president? And then Tafawa Balewa had to be the prime minister who had power. So those were all before the war. Now, before independence. Then after independence, what happened? That after independence, the thing now came. This discrimination after the war. That is one thing we need to understand. It did not start after the war. It was Britain, Aka Britain, then this thing name. Okay, because why did Zeke not be the prime minister? Why was it not Zeke? Why was it Tafawa Balewa? But why was it yes, Abubakar? But that's by the way. Now, but it now came to full force because as the Namaro Ebemiri no Mabia or Mama Kwanebo Kose Mabia. So I need the water be an in now after independence. I'm going to time Mugu. History even though I have a lot to say, but I can stop and just time me, I will stop, no problem. Man, we will make here. Then, okay, if I want to interview one white man, I think many of us for that interview, it was 1964. The white man was asking the premier of the northern region, and he asked the white man. The white man asked him. That was 1964. That was even before the Civil War. Okay, he said to him, let me quote him, he says, one thing I have noticed here is that the Northerners have an obsession about the Igbos. Now, this is what a foreigner observed in 1964. Now, that was even before And although not that 1964, can this man may observe, it has been there over the years. Okay, so if this interview happened in 1964, it means that it has been there. And he actually said, I noticed that you Northerners have this obsession. When you look up the word obsession, or look up word karaka about the Igbos, and look at what the premier of the Northern region answered him. He said, the Igbos are the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. So there was an Igbophobia, if you call it like that, even before Anubado Ogwator. So, and then he went on to explain why are we mainly people to dominate people. He now said they get to a town and they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp, within 1 year, they will try to emerge as the leader. Obro na ina ezuori o. Obro na ina abia wo.
Good email. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, Lekweonya, he asked for more time, and now we've given him time, and network is dealing with him. Oh, my goodness.
I
Okay,
don't
you can't
like
hear
this.
me. You can't hear me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead now.
please.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Just time I can stop at any time. Maybe in Bosozo. So now, so the point I'm making, what was his explanation? Just 9 abambo. Not 9 abia analo madi ife hanike. So the point I'm making is that the issue of discrimination, bidori, even before Anwogo, and Akando Chadinia, and then I just wanted to say that before then we begin to look at. He never said that we were violent and all of that. Then after the war, of course, it became full force. So after the war, it became something, an unwritten constitution. Just Ndi Igbo, Nakoko, somewhere. Then it began to, in which ways are we being, this is happening. Of course, politically, I don't want to go deeper into it. We all know that it is happening. The story I had is that the major reason Buhari MQ, na 1983, I think, was because Shagari had intention of handing over to Ekweme. Well, it's I've not seen it written, but it's a story passed down that I heard from my people. So it can be true. So it well now that na amankwe koni Igbo route anywhere. And then so even appointments, like we have all mentioned here. Okay, let me not leave that. Let me leave that one. Of course, you look at the economy. Economically, the issue of seaport. Kedife na Port Harcourt, na Calabar. And then I think there's another one in the eastern region. Why can't those ports work? Of course, they are all systematic. Of course, the issue of orders, we talk about census, catchment area. It's so saddening that school na zone na nanam, school na my father's land. School na nanam na my father's land, but school, university. Manonyas Aminasi na Sokoto can score 100. No, 100, Erika Joseph can score 50. Then Muabu Emeka will score 300. Amanyema admission at that same school. Then Ananam, Asigi catchment area. So these are all ways. So why? The question now is, why are we being discriminated? The truth is that I don't know what we did to the British. Mana, you can't remove Britain from what is happening to Nigeria. I listened to Ojukwu interviews. When Obasanjo came to power, Obasanjo began to do a kind of Morgenwe reconciliation. That was why the issue of Oputa panels and all of that. And Ojukwu granted a lot of interviews. So I listened to him and he made a statement. In fact, I read a book on Aburi Accord. I will encourage all of us to read that book. The reason why I would like us to read that book, because it is a verbatim. That book, Aburo Dika, or just the minutes of the meeting they had in Aburi. Emily did. The secretary just published it like that. And then Ojukwu said that when they came back from Aburi, He didn't even hide it in that interview. I just go network that interview, all the NTA. And he said that some people called Jack from British, what is it called? From British Council or whatever. And he changed his mind. In fact, Ojukwu said it specifically that it was Britain that told them to change their mind. So, whatever it is that Britain has against Igbos, I don't know. Okay, again, so what's the second one in my own? There's a fear of Igbo dominance. Other tribes are afraid. They feel that now we are good economically, and then if they also give us political power, if they develop us, the fear of dominating them, which I said, Ahmed Bello said it. In fact, he didn't even hide it. So it is there from his own word. I won't even talk about what we're seeing now. From Ahmed Bello's word, you can see they are afraid of the Igbos. If the fear, they are just afraid I dominate Tifa and all of that. So that is one of the major stuff. Now, what is the solution? Like, I'm just trying to, cut everything in Kenke. For me, the solution is number one. I love what we're doing. Let's discuss it, because before they could be. So I like Mihai Kunye today, and God bless Chuka for this. So Ada Babia can kata, like I say, Anemiaka Konode may exist. No, we have to talk about it. We have to say it because it is happening. So it was a Pia Kankata or Dimma. Or no one doesn't have Brondi Boneba Negia, Fagebia, Famarona Yamago. Let them know that we know it's good and it will help us. Okay, that's my number one solution. So let's start talking. Let the conversation around that start. And we're already doing it. So, let's discuss it. That's my number one. The number two, Ndi Igbo they carry politically correct too much. Yes, I believe we can try to, but I listen to Zeke's. Now, this is not to indict Zeke. Please, I'm not talking about Zeke and, this has nothing to do with Zeke and Ojukwu. Ojukwu also made his own mistake. So please, I'm not comparing the two of them. But I'm just trying to make a point. Now, I listened to Zeke's interview before independence. And he said something. He said, I'm quoting his words, I don't care who becomes the prime minister. Whether I'm myself, whether Sir Tafawa Balewa or Awolowo. I don't care who becomes prime minister. One day, you should care who becomes prime minister. I was angry. I was like, Zeke, no. At least scheme to be the prime minister. Why should you say you don't care who becomes, prime minister? I was not happy with that interview. I was like, no, Zeke, no. You should have schemed to do the politics, the prime minister. Yes, we love Nigeria. I keep telling my friends, especially non-Igbos, like someone that say he has traveled. I've traveled to 32 states of this nation, and I can tell you I know every part of this country to some extent. And one thing we have to know is that these people, nobody loves Nigeria like Igbos. We don't even want to secede. We just want Nigeria to work. So we are always too much politically correct. So we have to stop being MONI Igbo. Igbo na Nigeria. I'm Igbo first before Nigeria. Yes, Ebeka Igbo in Nigeria. Yes, I can go in Nigeria. But I'm in Igbo, my Igbo-ness. Let's bring out our Igbo-ness. Let's flex our Igbo-ness. Let's flex it. Let's be Igbo. In fact, I'm a pastor. I was telling my friend, not Kangane is easy source. Okay, so that's now. Lastly, let us be.
Hey, Oga Advocate, we can go for 13 minutes.
If okay, well, sorry. Okay, but lastly, let's be involved politically, because most of the things are Kurubo. Most of the people, our politicians, they are not Igbo centered. They are self-centered. Most, if not all of them. If Ndi Igbo ada agofa, just if na agofa, we feel basalo family, or one of their family. So can it be involved in our politics?
so that we can elect people that will have Igbo interests. Thank you. God bless you. Sorry for your time. Sorry. Thank you.
Naibwalela so much na okwu ikuru, and just to highlight one particular one, especially since I too, by the grace of God, travel around this country as well and lived and actively become and be part of some of these states that I've stayed in. I can say categorically that yes, we are very politically correct. I don't know why we do that, but one thing, I don't know why we do that. Sometimes it amazes me. I don't want to be this. I don't want to be that. Meanwhile, those on with their food. Only see them men now. I did campaign on me. I just futasi. Okay, role. And away he many. Okay, with the I know with the so give me respect. About within this, I don't want to be this. I am not suffering to be that. Even during that time of Mbahazik and one the other guy and another for this thing, the North together said they are not doing that business with you people. Is either people give us position or you forget about it. They have to create two, the head of state and prime minister. So it's I don't know. But well, again, I believe that there will be a course correction. I don't have any other option than to believe that something has to change, because I cannot understand why it has to be like this. But not to hold the mic anymore. Can the next person cool? On your next,
okay, let's have a number for song coming. But before then,
okay,
I want to just remind everybody that this is the MONI Show. Ndi Igbo. And how we can move forward together. No longer individually, but now together. If I actually like I do now like this, let's begin to think in a way that everybody can come to a point where we understand each other and have some kind of agreement about the way forward. I see when age, and a number of actually we find one now because manage your time. Just focus on the most important things actually. Then could be, and from now we're talking about solutions. I've already changed it on the title. Igbo discrimination. What's the solution? You could get enough about admitting that this is what's going on and explaining how it's working. So I ban a solution. Dalo, Anambra, first one. Oh, okay. Another okay, Plateau.
Chai.
Plateau, Ganiru.
Chai, on network. Okay, we're not on network.
Please come back. Uche, come back.
Okay, fine. But let me just go ahead. Biko ebe ọ bụ na anyị na-ekuzi maka solution, nna ya anyị biko ọ bụrụ na o nwere onye na ebe a na-agụbeghị by way of deception thou shalt make war, onye ahụ isi ike ọ nọ mana soft copy.
Pleta anyị ada anụchakwa ife ị na-ekwu, ị na-use headpiece.
Mba o, n'onu m ajụla eju dan.
Okay, ọ pụtago ọfụma. Gaa n'iru.
Okay, m na-asị tupu m kwuo ihe m chọrọ ikwu, nna ya anyị ka anyị jisi ike. O nwere obere akwụkwọ ngala ka anyị nwa agụọ, because anyị na-anya ndị Israel face kwara almost similar challenge anyị nwa face kwara, but look at where they are today. They have taken those stones that were thrown up against them to build a viral nation. So I would like us to search out for a book called, the title is By Way of Deception, Thou Shalt Make War. It was written by a former Mossad agent. Another one is The Secret Keepers of Israel. Nice books, you can read it. A lot of things to be learned. Then moving forward, someone has spoken about us getting involved in politics. Very, very important. There's nothing we can do now than to get involved in political leadership. For today, that is the tool for change in Nigeria. And, the successive military government subjugated everybody, especially us, because our governors were not from us, among us. But today, we have us ruling us. And if we look at what is happening in Abia State today, it gives us a little hope that if we get deeper, strongly involved in governance, in politics, that we can actually change things. Yes, people might hate us, discriminate against us, but then you see, one thing about law
there is no law that you can be made, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, for people to love you. There is no law like that. So, but if we work with what we have, we develop our place. Even those that hate us want to associate with us. If you look at Israel today, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they don't like Israel. But because of their technological advancement, they want to do business with them. The more reason why Iran engineered the Hamas to start war with Israel, because they want those countries to normalize diplomatic relationship with Israel. So I am appealing to us. Let us take advantage of our God-given potentials. Develop it. If we develop it, I am telling us that not just Nigeria, nations will look for us. Thank God that today we have a place on planet Earth called Igbo land. Even if it's one state. What the Jews suffered, they were just created some times ago so that they'll have a place on planet Earth. But we have our own place on planet Earth. So let's not cry about split milk, that people hate us. For me, I don't have issue with Ahmed Bello. For me, I would want us to have an Igbo man that is like Ahmed Bello, who will put Igbo nation first. In short, I even want us to have someone like Erufai, who will stand firm. There's always the good thing about the bad thing. Who will stand firm and damn the consequences and say that Igbo first, Southeast first, without caring about whose horse is geared. So, brothers and sisters, don't be angry. As an undergraduate, even though I went back to school as an adult, I remember asking one of my lecturers question regarding the events of 1966 to 70, whether it was a revolution. He got angry. He said a lot of things against Igbo people. He said a lot of things, but I kept my head calm. Okay? But at the end of the day, he agreed with me that it was a revolution, because revolution is about violent change of government, establishing new order, new leaders. He agreed after saying horrible things against Igbo people just because I asked questions. But I cannot take his behavior to generalize it, because in the same place, I have more than 1,000 people who have been supporting me. They are not Igbo people, but they have been supporting me, like more than even anybody I have ever met. So if we encounter a bad person, don't take it to heart. Everybody, self-preservation. Everybody wants to survive. It's a competition. So my brothers, my sisters, God has given us the best gifts as an Igbo person. Let us use our potentials, working together. Looking at Israel today, people that just came out from, Holocaust? How many were rescued? Look at where they are today. They were given a land that filled with rock. They turned it into an arable land. So we don't have any excuse. Democracy have given us opportunity to take our destiny into our own hands. Our brothers and sisters that are outside Nigeria, please collaborate. Collaborate. Reach out to people in Nigeria. Let us build our home, developing human resources, material resources. Let me share a testimony with us. My in-law today, I'm from Nsukka. I'm from Nsukka town. My in-law is from Ogidi. I never knew him, but the day after marrying his daughter, one day we were talking stories. He told me how he was going to Meduguri, where he stays, where he was running his business, even before he married. And a small boy followed him when he stopped in Obola to eat. That small boy followed him because of poverty. He wanted to survive. He wanted to escape his poverty. And this man took him, someone he never knew, to Meduguri, registered him with police for record purposes. Trained the boy, settled him. This boy is today in China, doing well. An Igbo man, doing it for somebody he don't know. I remember asking on a timeline, I promised myself that one day we're going to do a movie about this man. Yet, he never knew me. I married his daughter. So, my brother, we are good to go. Let me not take too much time. Let nobody cry about yesterday. We can build a greater future. Ndi Igbo.
Thank you so much. Play to one, Mama.
And I particularly like his slice of positivity at the end. Oh my goodness, that was icing on the cake for me.
Absolutely,
Thank you,
absolutely. Thank you so much, Plato. I believe not Chuka. Chuka has been here for a while. So Chuka Biko, in 3 minutes. Thank you.
And the bind Aluquano, I'm actually happy. A lot of people have said some of the things I was about to say. I'm actually concerned, or rather, I'm happy that some of the historical perspectives have been established. One of us gave us some instances of this discrimination starting way back before the war. Part of it, actually, the first census, rather not the first census of 1962 or thereabouts, when Fawelo changed the numbers, the census figures, to make Ndi Igbo smaller, actually make the rest of Nigeria smaller than the north. And it was only our own administrator who fought it. He fought it to the point that they had to recount the nation again. And the second time they came out, they made everybody even smaller and just added a little figure, just a little notch up for Igbo numbers. You know, of course he was not happy about it and he continued fighting. You know, but it's just to buttress what the initial speaker said about the Obodo Igbo, Ndi Britain being the architects of what is happening. This one is factual. This one is factual. In fact, after that counter coup of 1966, the Hausa, Ariba or whatever, something like that, they wanted to move back to the north and start their own nation. Someone told them not to do that, that they were being very foolish. That you now have access to the resources of Nigeria and you want to leave, abandon it and run back to the north. Are you all right? You know, and this is why when you heard the coup did not become president, and it was Gowon, who they loved, who they liked, who became president. You know, I mean, that this is just to point out that this discrimination actually started way back before the war even. But I'll go straight to solutions, and a lot of people have said what we need to do as Ndi Igbo. It's very, very important that we start holding our political office holders responsible for whatever is happening to us. A lot of water has passed under the bridge, we know, but we have an opportunity with democracy, as the last speaker said. We should not be crying too much about the past. Once all of us here in this Kefa and Wefa now, if all of us here, 60 something of us, can write to our governors and tell them, this is what we want. If we can go and learn how to write to them, how to speak to them with the kind of language they will understand, if we can learn how to push them to do what we want, and it will become better. Let us start from inside. In fact, this was one of the problems I had with Nnamdi Kanu personally. That why is he chasing the nation when he can start from the local governments and the states of Igbo land before Chobasia federal might? Why would you be pushing the country and be pushing for only one solution when there are several solutions, when there are little steps in solution cadre that we can take and build up to a big solution? Let us start learning how to talk to our political office holders. That small Nigeria, Ndi Igbo made the right thing for themselves. Let's start talking to our governors. Somebody said something about the Igbo governors coming together to have projects, to have a regional project. If we have a train line running across all the Igbo states, at least you can recognize it as Igbo states, you know, how powerful would that be? How helpful would that be to our commerce, to our ability to think up new things, to our ingenuity? If we have Igbo governors thinking about gas supply in and around Igbo line, and we're a lot of gas in Imo State, for instance. If we have to find a way to channel it to all the Igbo states so that at least we can generate small sectional power. As in an Igbo nini now for one reason or the other. That and I have 24 hours power. How will that help us? So there are things we can actually do. There are things as individuals we can start doing by ourselves right now. We can learn how to start talking to this, and if we talk in unison. So Onyen can send their letter, and Agoria Onyen can send the letter. At some point, their aides will tell them, "Oh, these kind of letters we've been getting consistently from different people. Maybe you can have a look at it. Oh, what our people might be thinking about. Maybe you can have a look at it." I think we actually decided to abandon our leaders, so they are by themselves doing what they want. So when we start actually thinking of holding them accountable, holding them responsible, and then telling them these are the things we want you guys to achieve for us. These are the things we want you to discuss at the national level. These are the things we want you to do at the state level. Then these people feel that they are empowered. They believe that, oh, somebody's actually looking at me. Somebody's observing my conversations at the national level. Somebody's seeing the kind of things I'm doing. And they will start packaging themselves to respond to our needs. So I believe that this is at least one step we all can start trying to take, right? Trying to find means of talking to these people, getting their ears, getting them to listen to us. I think this is very, very important. Like a lot of other people said, you cannot. There's someone said there's no legislation to make people love you, like you. It's not possible. You cannot legislate it, and it's normal. I'm the one of one ball. It's like them. It's as lazy as them. Everybody else is lazy. You're the only one. You're the only one that you're always achieving things. You're the only one that the white people want to work with, and they feel this person is good enough. Let him become an administrator. I mean, there are stories everywhere. If you read the history of our history, you see even the Cameroon that went to join the French Cameroon, they were angry with Ndi Igbo. And Ndi Igbo that we give out appointments to our key and king. They actually investigated these allegations and they found that it was not true. And they said that they've looked at all the appointments and they followed due process to make any of the appointments. When the first Niger Delta, Igbo was complaining, sorry if I'm taking too much, I just a little more time. When Igbo was complaining that Ndi Igbo, I marginalized, people told him that you became a student union in Nsukka, in University of Nigeria in Nsukka. How many votes did you get from your own people? Ndi Igbo told the vote student union president, SUG president in Nsukka, of all places. I mean, a lot of things that have been alleged in the past, we realize that, of course, that they were not true, right? What they said about
Bello.
Okay. I think my point basically is that there are things we can do. We can start doing right away. One of the steps we can start taking is to find the right way to communicate to Ndi Ainyalo, the Open Ainyalo authority, our mandate, or find a way to get their listening ear, to draw them to listen to us.
Like I say, no, we boy Enugu Agede.
Abu Enugu State.
Oh, Enugu State. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chuka. Okugia Maka no holding our positions accountable. Okay, if expecting a lot of us na fa agitate since Otago game to become like gatekeepers for politics and anything anything politics na Igbo. But I believe it's something we can work towards and we can eventually get there. Thank you so much, because that is the major solution that we can do right now. Something we can start doing right now is become political gatekeepers na Igbo, to make sure that we'll do what the people want, what will benefit in the bank. So thanks again for your input. Anam Professor, Obuna Enatakugo Mwabelike Ngwa kwuo ekwuchazie ka Daniel kwuo. Thank you very much.
Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Is it loud enough? I don't want to. Okay. Ndị be anyị ekenekwa m ụlọ ọzọ, ọ ya adịla onye ọbụla na mma. So akụkọ anyị na-akọ n'abalị nke taata gbasara discrimination ebe o si gbasara ndị Igbo. Achọrọ m ibido ya bụ akụkọ from the point of view of American economic theorist known as Thomas Sowell. I don't know how many of you have come across his book on the middleman minority. He wrote a very wonderful piece on this, highlighting the travails of the middleman minority. And he pointed out those who are this middleman minority. They include people who are entrepreneurs, who have a high tendency of enterprise. After government establishment, then followed by the corporate establishment, then the next establishment that will be somehow prominent within that environment. Now, Bukenwe, Nda na the inside. What the LFA in the 80s, long time ago. So we're doing about we're born the band in Igbo as one of them. Mention my Jews, my Germans, my Japanese, my Chinese, and so on and so forth. If you family na anya anyị wabụ ndị Igbo ifu na anyị na-ebe niile, we are everywhere. Nwoke mba mmiri a na-akpọ J.P. Clark enwere ife o dere gbasara anyị. O sị na anyị dị ka ụmụ arụrụ si n'ọnụ arụrụ wee na-apụta n'igwe. Ọ bụrụ na ịgụ onye bụ akwụkwọ o dere, ị ga-aghọta ife na-ekwu. Ife nji agbasa aka n'ụmụ ife ndị a bụ na ka anyị wabụ ndị Igbo ghọta ka ndị ọzọ si afụ anyị. Maka na inwe ike anyị nwa agaghị abụ our perfect mirror. Our perfect mirror in the sense that anyị nwere ike anyị na-onwe anyị anya. My grandma ga-asị gị na ọ bụrụ na ile onwe gị akwụkwọ na ị ga-apas, mana onye ọzọ na-ga-eme gị nwere ike daa. Nwere ike man pass, nwere ike just nwee fair result. Ịghọtago? Mana ile onwe gị akwụkwọ ị ga-apas. So enwe self-introspection from our perspective. To a large extent, I got to be somehow exempted from the problem because we absolve ourselves from the blames, we somehow make excuses, we somehow do all of that. And at the end of the day, if we that now, he got score very high. So self-assessment is very important. And in a self-assessment equals a very high standardized yardstick. The timetable, the syllable of the marking scheme was really very high standardized and other half from your own perspective alone. So you have to look at different perspectives, then put it on the table, analyze it properly. Intelligentsia intellectual, only name research. This is where it is very, very important in every society. Unfortunately, we are gradually relegating this position to the back door because of so many reasons. I don't want to delve into that. So, starting from what Thomas Sowell said about Ndi Igbo, we have to understand that being a middleman minority is actually a good thing, but as well as a bad thing. And when instance in the one day go say, Obolo na-enwe riot n'obodo na-abụrụ ala Igbo, Yeah, obodo mepere emepe, any capital city na Nigeria keta, asị na enwere riot. Just welu obi gị, welu uche gị nnọọ, pick any single capital city you know in Nigeria right now as I'm talking. Now, imagine a riot in that city, whereby there will be looting, there will be destruction and all of that, everywhere. The government of that city ga-akpọpụta ndị uwe ojii maọbụ ndị army abịa chekwa the properties belonging to the government. The corporate body nwere ike hire private security, even police as well, wee chekwa gịnị their private investment. And the farm of insurance, so it's a way back where they will still bounce back. Then the next available likely investment is very visible, very loud enough to attract any form of violence. There is likelihood no nearby here. There is high chances. No nearby here. Kedu ife a na-akụziri anyị? Ọ na-akụziri anyị that na anyị nọ at a very visible point. Melu Ojabu, enwe anything pararam, I have the easiest target. That is one of the major things. Then another thing there ba ọtụtụ n'ime anyị emetụta aka n'ife now in Toledo. Go and read Henry Willick's report of 1958. All of you, I've been sharing this on timeline for a long time now. Go and look for it and read. Read the concerns of the minority. These concerns are valid. You do not dismiss it. You do not dismiss it. But I thank God after reading it, I felt really good because from the eastern perspective, eastern region, the problem as Igbo dominates the division, well, ID domineering. It stems from an ambitiousness, not from any other thing. I have grown the ambition. But when you have excessive exposure of wealth, just like or capture your very loud exhibitionist. I need showcase I gonna pay belief I need showcase here in the presence of our traders. No for the defender and so one of the reasons why the first plebiscite that took place in Nigeria when the Southern Cameroon left was as a result of quote unquote Igbo domination. And then we now quite the same thing. So and whether the female now point to the same place. Now, solution. I don't want to, bore us with so many of these things. So can I get straight to solution? Can I buy a book? Obroso so now anyone. Well, this thing. An example that then when other tribes or ethnic nationalities listed by Thomas Sowell are people who are known as middlemen minority, right? Now, check other places. Farmer, and they work with the same thing. In Ghana, Southeastern Asia, Chinese always get the same thing. In Ghana, Europe, Germans get the same thing, treatment. Or the Middle East, on Israel. So, how are they able to solve the problem? One of the challenges I am independent. I am not Romani. So we are interdependent within the system. That's one of the biggest challenges. So, mana, in any situation you find yourself, you will find a way to navigate around it. Brain. So one of the things is that extra I know now, noro sandwich, I the sandwich. Because I know in the bottom I so Greek I guess we navigate here with this. One of the things in the Bible was the email. Our Buddha I was the email our Guinness fortress. And Igbo was able our fortress. I was the got here that this place has to succeed. Or negotiable. Some of the things in Melon during the war, pre the war or after the war. I was having a conversation with my friend today, and here, and when you have a president, it has never been wrong. Because if you want to tata ngone bobido, if you want to tata ngone bobido, obodo obona efo na-eme ifo bụ na pa na-eme today eji malụpa enwere ebe the way our political elites, our political leaders, or the so-called elites say meketa, I can tell you, it's like a football pass on Ndi Igbo say me, when you call it that bad, but I can tell you that they were also similar. They are similar. They are not proactive. Media other is a media until Mila Madro Paro. Our people and it is also stems from the culture. I am a centralized system of government. I am too democratic, which we are too democratic and too republican, which hampers a lot of things. Because it allows everybody to grow. So okay. Because onye ọbụla mere gịnị nwere okwu ma onye ma nke ọ na-ekwu onye amara nke ọ na-ekwu n'ala Igbo onye ọbụla nwere okwu. It has a lot of negative implications whether you like it or not. So if I be a challenge I know when we try to come together or somehow bring ideas together to see how we can solve again we're really issue because no onye ọbụla nwere okwu. So the solution now. First off, I got that now we need to find a way I get to navigate this thing. I got that now I have a threat to other people's existence. I have a threat in the sense that they feel that we are dominating them, which is true. They feel that we are taking over their land, which is true. To them, I'm not saying that it is true on our own side. This is their truth, and you can't eradicate that. Now, how do we allay this fear? One of the things somebody told me about the Israel, the Jews, or the people in Germany, how they use some subtlety, some diplomacy, different strategy to navigate some of these things, which I find it very difficult to accept because all the Japan fit into that. So I got to reconfigure ourselves so that we will begin to allay these fears. That's number one. The number two, like I mentioned, okay, I think this should be number two. Number one is that we have to make our home a fortress to reckon with. We have to build this place to become very, very developed. That's number one. The number two is that we have to figure out ways we can navigate around this situation to begin to allay this fear. Reduce. Not like I'm not suggesting we need to like suppress ourselves or hold ourselves or reduce. No, we have to find a way to make this thing work. It's either that we take soft power very seriously. I've said it several times. We need to take soft power seriously and begin to invest in it so that we can use that soft power to increase our visibility and work so hard in decreasing any form of fear. It is possible. This is what America did. After the war in Japan, after the bombing of Japan, what did America do? America realized that they have done a lot of atrocities. They started investing in soft power. They started investing in in things that will make Japan today. Japanese don't see Americans as threats. They don't see them as enemies. So we need to begin to invest in soft power so that we can exert our strength, our energy without eliciting any form of fear or any form of danger from our neighbors. It is very important. So, and finally, before you,
Uche biko, chikonatazi okwu gị, oh.
Yes, why idiot? So the final point I want to make is that upon the idea of Amaramonka we kwesịrị na-ekwu na public. Maka na ụfọdụ ihe nchọrọ ikwu gbasara anya bụ ife, some of them are very sensitive. So all of them make way back when public. And just let me just round up that now. If I ablugo our destiny, this is where we have found ourselves. Onye jibolo kana patako. Onye bibi ke wuli yesu. Oburu anyi mabuso sondi no noboda. Obulu na anya ade ma ofuma. Una makwa ebe isi weputa. Unu mala ebe isi weputa. We kwa ebe no kita obulu ge ibulo Igbo. You will feel the same way about Ndi Igbo. Maka na ebe isi weputa, ndị buru anyị ụzọ wee fụ ndị ọcha. Buru anyị ụzọ wee fụ ụzọ. Buru anyị ụzọ wee jebe ije. I just know from nowhere in less than a decade I take over everything. Ọbụlụgụ a, ịbụrụ onye Igbo, ị kwesịrị iwe iwe, ị kwesịrị ịkpọfa asị. So ka anyị wakọta ya ịtụ anwa, were akọ na uche na-esonye adị mfe. Ebe a ka m na-ejedebe. Daalụ.
Dalo so much, a number of person. Ikugo, so many things are very important here, and I'm sure everybody's listening. I just want to say something, just a little correction. This is not our destiny. This is our reality. We will decide our destiny. Mana, Dalo so much. If you could so, I hope everybody is listening carefully and noting down. One of the things you have said here that is very, very key, that I think that we need to invest in is to find ways to share information, useful information, not just about our history, but information like in can suggest now, because when I get back later, I get to a post to if and there can the matter go download or go I get in a video can let's listen out to it. Yeah. Well, with the more knowledge, because knowledge is called power. If I imagine enough to handle the magnitude of what we are dealing with, on water, if it's Janyo, Manadalo, Rene, Kaigani, the next person give now. Okay, Daniel, you said, Daniel, you just have Daniel, you have a minute to rebut. After the minute, I will have to move to the next person because I know you've waited for quite a while now. Just take your time to do what you need to do. Then we'll move to the next. After you comes Kenny or Ibauchi. After you is Ibauchi or Nyebuchi. One of you, I don't know. Please help me. Service culture, Priscilla. Daniel Ganiru.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Kumia. This is just a report at Astram na Ndi Igbo and politically relevant. As in na one event I man then one night working with Professor Pato Tommy Kuloko. Nanka two mwebe. We call Ndi Igbo address strategically relevant and not justify here. So I'm quoting him. And I think na problem I na dey but na this averse to contrary opinion like imago ekwe imago so ndaginanti or torogo tonanti, you just want to dismiss it without thinking deeply about it. Only an example that there nobody could just like here Uchekulu. He mentioned the issue of middlemen minority. Kwa kaisi when abambo during the 60s. Mane kunasa today we are strategically irrelevant and Ogosi based on our own political structure. You understand? They go down the Nachia, in the Bolonde Nachia, in the governors, and the senators, and the House of Reps. They can see a bagua, they can see a moment. There was a Ghana to come an election, last election, I am where they can at least Alex Oti. Ejuena, Imago, name put a year in you. They can then cause us when a bagua. The former governor of Ebony State, Minister of Works, again. So these things be all gonna be equal. Let's accept it. And one the perfect. You understand? And one can wear a better experience but than even the person of Professor Pato Tommy. You understand? I don't show anyone never kita experience basal Nigeria more basal the Monday. So all God come man na go one eziokwu. You understand? I mean you dey kuna. If you know na na-eme ekwala ebe anyị na-eri mperi anụ mbọsị ọbụla anyị kwubiri kweta na enwe ebe anyị na-eri mperi bido mezi bịa ife anyị na anyị na-afụ hancha niile ya dismiss. It's not necessarily our destiny. It's just that we've not put in the work because otu osu wee mee ndị ọzọ onwere action for taking. You get? And ọ bụkwa na anyị bido take wekwa similar actions, I think we'll do better as a people. Anyị na-eme ọfụma economically, anyị na-eme ọfụma academically, na-eme ọfụma na commerce, business, na ife ndị ọzọ. Mana politically, anyị ka na-eri mperi. You understand? And just like Uche si wee kwuo, diplomatically, anyị ka na-erikwe mperi. Maka anyị na-anya kịta, we are widely traveled. Ma ya adịghị eme ka ndị dị widely traveled. I don't even see Igbo people now as that enclave, Ndi Igbo. We are now global citizens, but we are still not utilizing that global power. So until we start utilizing that global power, we may not get that kind of respect we want to get in Nigeria. So I challenge each and every one of us today to start thinking about how to get that global power and global influence. Thank you very much.
Dalu so much. Onyebuchi, I think you came before the other people. So Ganiru, if you're around, Ganiru. And if you want to speak, because raise your hand so that Kayale jump again. Oh, I think that's why I almost skipped him. Onyebuchi, if you're available, please speak. Your mic is yours. Okay. It seems he's not available. Ibauchi.
Nọ na n'olu m.
Gaa n'iru.
Ndewo. Biko nụ, ya okwu dị mkpa. Ana m ekele ndị kunye na ndị gbakọtara ọnụ tinye ihe a na-eme today, ihe a na-eme ugbu a. Igwu na eziokwu. Achọghị m ịbịa lewe anya ihe gbasara nsogbu anyị nwere n'ala Igbo. Ọ bụ ka a ga-agawa ebe solution. Otu a ga-esi mee ka ọganihu bata n'ala Igbo. Mana nwere ihe m chọrọ ka mkpu na nkenke. Achọrọ m ịkọwara ozugbo anyị niile were ụzọ abụọ atọ. Nke mbụ, anyị niile ma a na-akpọ Igwe Bu Ike. Anyị makwa onye aghala nwanne ya. Anyị niile makwa akụrụ ụlọ. Biko ụmụnne anyị, ma ndị nọ na Naịjirịa ma ndị nọ na mba ọzọ, o nwere ha anyị mere afọ gara aga kpọrọ ụzụ mgbe eche na ọ dịghị possible. Anyị gbakọtara ọnụ ịgba mba niile na ọ na-achọ onye nwere ike ịhazi obodo bụ Naịjirịa, na ọ dị possible ịchọta somebody nwere character, nwere capacity, nwere competence. Ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a nwere ike ịma mmadụ dị ka nna anyị ukwu Michael Okpara, Dee Sambakwe, Peter Obi. Anyị na-elezi anya ebe nna anyị ukwu LS Oti nọ. Achọrọ m ịkọwara ozugbo anyị niile, aga na obodo niile n'ala Igbo, communities, ị nwere ike ile anya nyụọ anya. Ị nwere ike ịhụ ndị dị ka Sam Mbakwe, ị nwere ike ịhụ ndị dị ka Dee Michael Okpara or Peter Obi. Eche m, ile anya na steeti ise anyị nwere, onwe ka anyị nwere ike iji zụkọta ọnụ chọta mmadụ dị ka Dee Sambakwe ka anyị jiri nweta LS Oti, tinye ha na steeti ndị a niile. achọghị m ka a bịa kwuwa ihe gbasara amana m na ụfọdụ na-ekwu ka anyị ụzọ ihe gbasara ebe oke nwere ike iji tinye referendum. Nke ahụ anụghị na constitution. Achọrọ m ka anyị nwere ike ụzọ anyị nwere ike leverage na this Nigerian constitution ji ya weta good governance n'ala Igbo. N'ihi ọka ahụ ka anyị nwere ike imefu. N'ihi na a na-ekwu da ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a mana a united family, ọ dị m ka progress na-anọ na ya. Ka ahụ ka okwu nke abụọ gbasara onye ala nwanne ya. Ụmụnne anyị ndị nke nọ na awụ ndị nke nọ na South East ma ndị nke nọ na North Central, Benue na Kogi, ma ndị nke nọ na South South, Delta, Rivers na ndị nke ọzọ. Echere m anyị na-ele anya ihe gbasara good governance, anyị na-ele anya ka anyị nwere ike iji mezie ala Igbo ahụ obodo ise anụ kọtọrọ ọnụ, chọta ndị dịka Oti, ndị dịka Peter Obi, tinye ha na gọvanọ. N'ọnwụ mgbe anyị chetara ndị dịka Peter Obi na Desa Mbakwe na Michael Okpara ka ha nwere ike ha chọrọ ịrụ ihe dịka relue ga-ezu ozugbo ala Igbo niile, ọwọkụ ga-ewetara development n'ala Igbo niile, n'ihi na ha niile na-erizi n'etiti ngwe. Anyị nwekwara ike isi na otu ahụ jikwa tinye aka na ndị na lokal gọọmenti na ọda seneti na ihe ndekọ ọzọ. Ama m na ihe anyị mere n'afọ gara aga ọgbalụ Igbo niile ahụ na ọ dị possible na anyị nwee ike, anyị na ụmụnne anyị ndị nke n'ala bekee nwee ike mekọta ọnụ na anyị nwere ike itinye LS Oti na Peter Obi n'ozugbo steeti Igbo niile. Ọ dị possible. Ihe m na-akọwara ndị mụ na ha na-anọ, agụrụ m ka m gbuo ya nkenke. Kemgbe emechara elekshọn, akwụsịbe m gị jụọ nne na nna m dị ụmụnne ndị ke nna East. Akwụsịbe m izi ozi ọma good governance. Otu ọbụla nwere ike itinye aka ime ihe encourage ndị nke obi jọrọ njọ n'ihi na ihe mere anyị afọ gara aga. Ma ị chọrọ ya na good governance na Nigeria, ma ị chọrọ ya na nke ala Igbo, adị m ready to talk. And mụ have been educating ourselves, ma ndị nke n'ebe m bi, ma ebe m na-arụ ọrụ, ma ndị nke nọ n'ụlọ. Eche na ọwụ communication a dị very very important ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a. Ka anyị ghara ịda mbe, ka anyị continue na-eme ya. Anyị nwee ike na-ehe odu ha accountable, ma ndị dịka LS Oti ma ndị ka ọhụrụ anyị like now Anambra State na-abịa afọ na-abịa. O nwee ka anyị nwere ike iji chọta ma Soludo chọrọ ichegharị ma ọ bụ chọrọ ibido mkpọ agwa ọma nsogbu anụ, mana o nwee ka anyị nwere ike inweta onye nwere ike ị na-compete with LS Oti n'ala Igbo. Ọ ga-adị easier ịtọn mistake anyị mere na Imo steeti, anyị nwee ike correct ya, n'ihi na onwe ụzọ ọzọ anyị nwere ike iji weta ọganihu n'ala Igbo na-awụghị leverage on Nigerian Constitution na election iji chọta ndị dịka Desa Mbakwe, Michael Okpara na Peter Obi, tinye ha n'ọchịchị. Eche na anyị nwere ike imefu ya. Ihe ọzọkwara INEC na court judiciary na police ha. Ama m na ọ dịghị ofele, mana ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta ọnụ, ama m na ọ dị possible. Biko nụ, egwara m unu ihe okwu Igbo atọ. Nke mbụ, Igwe Bu Ike. Ka abụọ, onye ala nwanne ya. Ka atọ, akụrụ ụlọ. Onwe ka anyị nwere ike iji na-eme ihe ndị a. Ụmụnne anyị ndị nke nọ na Rivers ma ndị ha hụ ka anyị ji na-agba mbọ. Ana m enwere ihe m jụrụ somebody si, before Nigeria ọ n'Africa ka ebe ndị Ikwere ka ndị Ịka ọ ndị nke ọzọ nọ na Benue ka ebe ha nọ onwere ihe dịka steeti na isi na eluigwe hụọ ha ka asụ pụpụ ha pụpụ ebe ha nọ. They have been there. Mana ewerela politics because amara na ndị Igbo nwere otu obi Nigeria Africa ga-emepe na-atụ anyị aja. Biko nụ jisie n'ike, ana m anụ ihe unu na-eme na ọ na-agba aja obiọma ka Chineke gozie onye ọbụla. Ndewo.
Daalụ. Okwu ga-amaka anwe ife nchọ ikwu n'English mana ka isi wee sụọ Igbo ọ fịghị mara ịkwụsị sụọ Igbo na eziokwu ka isi wee kwuo ife niile na-ekwu na kwuo ya n'Igbo ka ya si ifu nọọsụ Igbo ka ị na-asụ ana ọsọ ka m dede. Daalụ. Ama m na anyị ncha niile nụrụ ife o kwuru ana okwu ife o kwuru gbara ọkpụrụkpụ, ife o kwuru bara uru. Anyị etinye ife a niile n'ọrụ ka ọ ghara ịbụ sọsọ okwu ka anyị na-ekwukwa n'ebe ahụ. Anyị wee bụrụ ndị na-emekwa eme nwayọọ nwayọọ anyị werezie nwayọọ bịakọtabazie ọnụ mekọtabazie ife ọnụ ọ wee banyela anyị ọfụma. Daalụ once again.
Yeah, Chuka, always some people I throw in a space, maybe if I'm please, if you come on, open it or you have to put your hands up. If not, at least keep make a feeling ready.
It's my time, right? It's my time.
Yeah, but I can't get the up, so you just want to.
No, I've been up since. I think it was.
Your hands are not up. Your hands.
Okay.
Sorry, I had it up until I was turned a speaker. Sorry.
Maybe was your hand paining you? No problem, Sha. When you again, onye ọbụla when na akụ na ọbụla ịchọrọ ikwu okwu biko. Okay, Kenny. Odogwu. Ganiru.
All right.
Okay,
so I greet Ekenem Moyobuna Ekenem Unchani Nekene Panechelun. I'm a moon and if I'm the quaffma. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Daluno. Since I na just solution. Because unu bara mobukwa no me comes to where divert ya when so one hebero yubo unu balum oh yeah some can really no ge. Since I na just solution because I need a neighbor. Onwe no ka yesu we muta ka esi eme. Onye no ode nwa ihe small akwụkwọ. Nwa ihe akwụkwọ. Let him small unu we what of ma. Somebody like Anambra first son touched around that, or some other person Korea. Now my kind is name within the represent because in the represent how do you nebucha murife for the past 40 years now. Ani nebucha murife, brother Bernard, all of them. On one of them can isi ogo, nkobuna gafel. Ophelia nie nwete give ya chonando. Iboni nebu nonsense. Obasalofa. Onwalefa dika MONI Igbo. Hawatalia. Now, na mmadụ na-akparị gị based on this discrimination. Ọkwanụ mgbe a na-akparị gị wuo gị na ka mmadụ ya na-discriminate agwa gị okwu anyhow. What ahụ? Gị na mmadụ na-ese okwu otu a mụ na gị nọ na mụ na gị na-ese okwu m na-adụghị aka n'ọnụ adụghị aka n'imi. Ịgba m nkịtị m dụọ gị ya n'anya. Ya anyị dụkpọ gị anya. Meaning I'm so intimidated you to the extent that you could not bounce back even when you hit the wall. That is nonsense. Gekwanti o. Onye ekosolia ndị na-represent anyị. Emana kosu wee dịkịta. Ani Igbo afụtali asị war torn zone. Ọkwa solution ka anyị na-achọ. Ka anyị bidogode ebe a. Ebido ebe a akwanyewala anyị ugwu. In the sense that Ani Igbo dịka war torn zone. Ị na-agba ilo. Ịgbata the whole of north. Gbaa nke south. Mgbe ọ bụla itinye n'isi na mpaghara Ifedia. Ndịda east. Enough from pillar to post. And where checkpoints. Now, if I were checkpoints, some of them can amount MONI Igbo. As if I to nani chinya kelu. Well, gaffele also driver yanyazi gaffete the checkpoint, whether or police or mopo or army. If I can mechi, even as I'm speaking to you right now. Mana missed all these things on me. MONI Igbo a House of Rep member, senator, or somebody well on, even traditional rulers. ye ji siren gbafele that same place e clear ya ụzọ ọmanju bịanụ biko ka efe ndị a mere gịnị mere eji wee jidefe etu a fada ajụ ajụjụ ahụ. Now I will tell you that I once had an experience n'ugwu mpaghara Mina ka apụta n'ilo akwụsị moto m nọ n'ime ya. I'm a filmmaker. I was going to shoot in Mina. They were waiting for me. I was running late. Apụta n'ụzọ akwụsị anyị onye mopo nwa na ndị amị so ha na-asị nkewa. One kwekwe counselor was passing with the small details, security details. Ọkwụsị sụọ n'asụsụ fa jụọ ọgana. Ndị polisi maba jijiji, ndị amị maba jijiji. Na-eme cheka ọsọ ọgana mere na ndị oyirigo ndị ori asị mba. Kekwana ihe eji waste time ha. Asị na-asị na enweburu ezuru ori day before yesterday. No FM eji wee kwụsịba moto today. Ọsị ọ bụzie moto a ndị a nọ n'ime ya ka ifili onye ori nwa nọ n'ime after 3 days ago. Ha sị ya sorry. Nna m ewetebe m si abịa sị ya sorry. Ọsị arapụ ndị a ka ha jere ebe ha na-eje na nwe business ha na-eme. Atọrọpụ moto ha ya agbafele etu a. Ọkwa 1 ka m fụrụ afọkwa m another 1. 1 a m fụ ka emela anyị etu a. Meaning na ndị na-represent ndị a na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu. Ọha na eze ndị Igbo bụ okpovuru bread mmiri mara since God knows when ha ji wee na-eme exist. Ọmọbe mgbe fa nọkọta one day say bịa, let alone our governors. Ha na-eji siren agbafeta this checkpoint and seeing their own people lined up. Onwe nke na-ajụ ese bịa gono medal. And guess what he has given to the people in a na-emekwa gị discriminate against on a look down on you. Onye ha moral now, enough audacity. Onye nke enyere onye isi any military barracks or any security agency. Ọ nọchi boys chia n'ilo. Ana anakọ ego. Makwa gị na ana-eme extort n'ime penny now. Ana-eme extort. Emejeke. Ana ifo ebe a na-ekwukwu onye Igbo. Ọ ebe ga na-anọ ya mma agba gị onwere ife ga-eme. Meaning na go shoot you and not go happen. Now people they talk this talk give a certain set of people. Now bro phone. It's a fucking tribe for crying out loud. A call be a quote kwa nirun de wasi no fu ebe wa na-ekwu okwu ya mpaghara ebe a na-ekwu okwu ya like a tribe. Na ndị nke anyị na-agba nkịtị ha ya na-agbafe. Now I will not lie to you. Last Christmas it happened. I saw it. I even saw it on social media. One Anambra son. I don't know who that motherfucker is, but I believe on Anabia on Anono Christmas. Put on those asking that if you hold up a buffalo. But I heard that he's something in whatever that idiot Soludo. You have one because when you friend by Soludo idiot. I beg you. What the guy I brought my guy, but he used to be my guy. I used to respect him. After he was CBN governor till he became governor, I used to respect him until Wokema Kueli born and I goes on Mirimoa or if you had that was the Montonanti, Yona Susan like a West English. Before I'm checking out Britannica and Encyclopedia Coach. But now I'm like a West Corner. So now that guy I think works under him or something. Now the guy Equachiro, Joan Diami, Organ Gonomel. And what the reason any and Wokema? Yana boys ya and his own security to work proposal. The man number befa. And I told you the man working on when you do familiar, no na ime either boss or their own private car. Or how much do you hear nacho? Ezurugan airport or aeroplane. Mba. And onye jigi nane. Ama de hena so or ye utediana. Onye anachi feleba. Can a jay haka after Anambra or can a jekwe boy or can a jekwa Calaba or can a jekwa Mwahia or somewhere or Basalofa? Ah, no, there. It wastes the people's time. And that is business time and money going down the drain. Resources. Oh, gake kwani pose juwe malibo. Upper business. My truck mefe. Except when you are now going back. That's when the other lane, they don't have much of those checkpoints. Mana, I'm asking. Obu no nwe kai kwa solution kai na acho. Obu no nwe no kai esi we. May da kuko, may all these people all out through whatever platform, especially that Ohaneze. Say Babafa. Or gonna even governors. Gwabana. ị na-agbafe n'ilu a juke na-ese ka ihe mere ndị a ji wee nọ from pillar to post. Now, in my case, I go electric polo. Please, wherever you are, you check here your street, the distance between one pole to another. Or can this checkpoint is where ever only in a war-torn zone. Onye na no de aga na ni Igbo. Aga wa obebe since how many years ago? It can eme from pillar to post in ejin dem ma. Asegodo na mdonwa bu iPop or demwa bu ESN. Na eme anadroma. Fa nọrọ n'ilu a fa nọ n'ime ọfịa ijere n'ime ọfịa chọwa ị bịa chọwa ndị si travel maybe onye si Lagos na onye si Abuja na bịa nwuche ya n'ụzọ asịfa niile kpopụta aka tinye n'elu. Are you serious? Na kezi ọ dị let down karịrị nke anyị nọ ebe a na-akọ na discriminate. Start solving the problem from your home. When these people, even traditional leaders, start talking, then akwanyewere anyị nwa obere ugwu a mgbe ka ordinary recruit nọ na any security agency ya na drop easy etu a. Now you will see it reflect in other people, including your social media foot soldiers. They will now see you like, okay, not according here around these people, regardless of how the politics and the system is skewed against them. Some kind of thing and guess what? To every state in the south is the same thing. Once you cross Asaba, I'm sorry. It is the same story. Pillar to post. No, I think this is the first solution to everything. Onto citizen of this country. Citizen of this country. And mind you, we are not just citizens. We are paying citizens. So I na bambo ya we go ego ko ụgwọ nọ n'enu ya even mgbe a na-eme akwụchakwa ụgwọ akụtukwa ya o anyị edie ya jekwa ebe ọzọ bidokwa n'isi again. We are not just like that in Nigeria. We are like that every other place in the world. Oboro na anyị just kunu emebe ọka edi ọka esi wee mee ọka chukwu si wee ka anyị. Do you understand? So now if you ask me, I think one of the first and very best solutions around this whole thing yes, thank you, Nam. Ka ibido n'ime ọba ndị nke anyị okwu gwaba ha n'oge because ọ dị nnọọ ka ha amarọ mana ka anyị gwabazie ha kịta. In fact, if possible, ka anyị drag bafa. Nam ịgbara nkịtị ọ na-eme na bei ụzọ a ndị a kwuru like almost 10 checkpoints. Ọ bụrụ na be gị ka o lidiri to ịbụrụ onye Imo agwa gị n'ọrụ Imo gị, ịbụrụ onye Abịa agwa gị, ịbụrụ onye Anambra agwa gị, ịbụrụ onye Abịa agwa gị, ịbụrụ onye Enugu agwa gị, ịbụrụ onye Ebonyi agwa gị. Tinye n'ọnụ n'okwu a ọ ka m si wee fụta nke m. Iwe wọnụ na m take a small time. God bless you all. Onye Igbo ka m bụ daalụ no.
Daalụ nwanne m. Thank you so much. Kedu onye ga-ekwu next? Gospel and Afam Kwebuzo.
Come go next. Give me a very short.
Okay, ngwa ajibusu ga n'iru. Onye mpịawa azụ. Onye agha.
Ekene m onye ọbụla. Ekene m onye ọbụla na-ege ntị. Give me a very short. So buying well the very or the very simple and solution, yeah, the very simple also. Ọ bụrụ na anyị chọọ ka ife change na Igbo, two things. Ndị ya change eweta genuine change na Igbo bụ ndị Igbo na America, specifically America. Ndị Igbo na America. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America bịakọọ ọnụ si that ife a na-eme na be anyị akwụsị. Jebe ije maybe if ife kwesịrị ime. Trust me, give it few more years or you change. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America, ndị Igbo nwere mmadụ, especially n'obodo Igbo na America, specifically in America and UK, but I use America for certain reasons. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America tete n'ọla so that n'ife a na-eme na be anyị mba na ọ ya akwụsị jebe ije ya ife niile dị n'ụwa a na-ejeli ije amebe ife kwesịrị ime jebe ije ya kwụba aka n'ụzọ kwesịrị ịkụ aka. Believe me and you, It might take some few years, and all it change. Ndị Jews anyị na-afụ anyị na-akpụ n'ọnụ mgbe ọbụla anyị na-afụ ndị Israel. Ọ ndị Jews na America ma ifekwa kwụsịrị ime. Onye ọbụla wee na-enyefe respect gbanwe today. So ya kọcha ihe a niile anyị na-akọ. Ihe a niile anyị na-akọ mgbe ọbụla anyị na-akọ na social media. Because problem are all the very, very problem anyị, all the very fast, all kali anyị nwa, all the very deep. But I wouldn't ife niile ka mmadụ ya bịa kpaba, publicly, but trust me, ndị Igbo nọ America specifically, msọ ọbụla fatete n'ọla, so that na ihe a na-eme na be anyị ga-akwụsị ya, ihe a na-eme na Igbo anyị ga-akwụsị ya, ọ ga-akwụsị. Daalụ.
Daalụ nwanne m. Ndị Amerịka, ndị Igbo Amerịka, unu anụgo ya anụnụ. Igbo Amerịka, unu ga-ejezi gbaa izu mara ife unu ga-eme from your end. Ife enyi dị n'ime erika, ife anyị ncha ga-eme erika, mana ndị Amerịka begodi nke unu ga-eme ka ndị nọ na Naịjirịa bekwa nke fa ga-eme. Okay, ka anyị gaa n'iru. God's will, biko.
Okay, ndewo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m. So aga ihe m ga-ekwu, most of you have heard about it, and here batara the solutions I suppose it in place based on the situation on ground, because my experience with this tragedy, okay, it's been nothing short of traumatic, because like most of us know, most of them are diaspora, especially those of us know na US, we when here near me na Nigeria because I know that America, we don't care, we just living our life, but my bidru Hoa otu ndị a na-ebusi na-ekporo dia nama na-abịa na-eme invade our communities to the extent that the last onye n'ọchịchị Buhari say that we must create grazing routes gana abata n'ala Igbo or else. So I said, why can, because most of us know that this thing, we live in Texas, we live in New York. We eat steak, honey. We buy meat and we eat meat. So, but I know who even they may supply the meat, they brew their atu na bia na iwai na bia na iwu ozaji. The essence is you cannot. There is no way. You can see make conditions see before I get the Ali Boge get access to meat and all that. You must have you must give them place Ageji grace. So at the end of the day, so that brought some of us into the political scene because we could not withstand the shame, the humiliation, the trauma that the structure was unleashing on our people. And even before then, like most of you know, my actually put a oil and gas infrastructure business. When investors that wanted to invest, we're able to convince them as long as they may invest in Alibo, build refinery, build some gas plants and all that. I say okay. They don't invite Caribbean Abuja that may discuss. Majibi Abuja saying that we should change all the documents. All those is actually built in Alibo. Can I build in Abauchi? Can I build in Ukwausa? I said, but that is not this thing. Could build oil and gas infrastructure in Ukwausa? In way hydrocarbon, in way gas. You only build infrastructure where you have the hydrocarbon in subsurface reserves. So that you can produce it, and you can transport it anywhere you want. You can build the pipelines, you can build the infrastructure that will be able to move those whether a crude oil move here to Ghana refinery or the gas price move here to the industries or manufacturing all across the country. You do that, but you cannot build the extracting infrastructure na Bauchi or na Nugwausa. I think that was even the time happy to spend I don't know how many millions of dollars in trying to find oil and gas Nugwausa. But the thing is this, they frustrated that effort on more than a dozen occasions that I came. In fact, to the extent that the last attempt to marry in North Carolina, I had to go and meet him. I told him, look, this is what we need to do for our people, because if we can't implement this strategy, this infrastructure, there is no way we can be able to develop our labor. This guy was just nonchalant. He was so lackadaisical about the whole thing. So at the end of the day, that was what drove me. I said, you know what? We don't even have anybody representing our interests in political office. There's nobody to talk to. In fact, the people who did our Chichi na Igbo, we are even actively working against the betterment, prosperity of our brothers and sisters in Igbo. So that was why I said, no, this cannot happen. If we have to go in there and break the table and smash the table, we have to go in there and fight for the politics. And by the way, while at this, I have to debunk a fact. Amamihe IPOB was doing positive influence. They were sending, grants, empowerment funds to Alibo. I know that because I was part of it. From Houston here, we know how much we send, not less than $200,000 to $300,000. So, and that was under the basket, under the structure of IPOB. There were positives, lots of positives of what IPOB was doing. So at the end of the day, I know nobody can be perfect. Yeah, you can point fingers and criticize, okay, Onyendu could have done this and all that. But at the end of the day, you are some very strong positive. And the lives I touch positively. The lives I'm going to influence, I'm going to impact by those money we sent back home. So back to the solution. So when I heard, and I advise everybody if you can, and I talked about this on the previous space, in way chance, God reviewed the video and the materials of how geometric has been struggling for the past 15 to 20 years. This geometric everybody may celebrate how they, even in the Wales snatcher the one actually they cut to the ribbon. You have to, if you read how they frustrated this Bartholomew Nudge, his effort, how much he spent, hundreds of millions of dollars. Look at Airpeace trying to put secure a route from Nigeria to London. How they frustrated him for so many years, for decades. Look at all the frustration he gives to Innocent. So it is not a matter of having the ability to bring investments in our labor. It is the criminal infrastructure that is stopping us from doing it, frustrating us from doing it. Because I guarantee you, with thousands of geometric of Bartholomew Nudge in the diaspora, not America, and with thousands of Alain Onye man on America actually may human Alibo. And with thousands of Airpeace, and with thousands of Chief Innocent, actually mean something positive in Alibo. But those people have been frustrated, and they don't come out to say it. The only thing I came to say was the only reason why I'm saying mine, because I actually was in politics. But there are thousands of us that have been frustrated. I know those people. I know Peter, one of my colleagues, that tried to do several things. I know George. Okay? I know Uche. We tried to pull something, and he got frustrated so many times. So at the end of the day, this structure, the zoology Nigeria, they have all this is built and designed to make it impossible for even people, our brothers and sisters in our diaspora, to bring the value to our people back home. But we are going to crush that blockade, and this is our solution. We need to get into politics. It's about time that we stop letting those that don't care about Igbo to be in office. That must stop. We need to have people. Tori dozi obodo. Ti Igbo first. We have to start putting those people in office. We have to galvanize, build the capacity, and start putting, because those are the people that would make this, that will facilitate and remove the blockade that is preventing diaspora from investing. Look at the Alex Oti. What he's doing? He has opened the door, but we need more Alex Oti. He can't do it all by himself. We need Alex Oti in the Senate. We need Alex Oti in all the Igbo states. We need Alex Oti in Ebonyi. We need Alex Oti in Araba. We need Alex Oti in all the Senate, all the National Assembly.
Okay. You could get round that up, or the guy can do it.
So here's the thing. So we have to put ourselves in political office. We have to bypass the Nigerian infrastructure. I've talked about this because I know when I was in Nigeria, there's a whole lot of frustration dealing with Nigerian banks. They have a criminal infrastructure that constantly makes sure that they undermine any of the efforts that you make as far as trying to build capacity with your bank account, even in your business. You all know working capital, how you need to, rebuild your inventory and all that. It's impossible to do it when you're banking with the Nigerian infrastructure. And then, this is the most important part. And I'll round up with this. I suppose we do forge near about sister city alliances with Western communities. And I'm talking about building strong relationships, not between Nigeria and places like Houston, but between Abia State, our communities, Anambra with Houston. Anambra is a sister relationship. And I was leading that charge to build a sister-sister relationship between the Houston, Texas and Abia State. And it was already in process because, I've already brought in several Congress, Jackson and all that to the conversation. But we have to begin. And then, leading to that, we have to set up a liaison office, an Igbo liaison office in the big cities in America like Houston, Atlanta, or New York, an Igbo liaison office, so that our liaison office will begin to facilitate the bridge between our brothers and sisters back home and the brothers and sisters here, including the African Americans. Because when you begin to build that, then you have people that will advocate for your cause and for your interests, not just in Nigeria, but outside Nigeria. And we can go into this. I don't want to hog the mic. I'll release it now. But at the end of the day, there are so many things that we need to talk, the check boxes that we need to check, and we can unpack all that, in subsequent days. Thank you.
Got it loaded. Dalo. I like the perspectives we're bringing on this conversation. As in all the case, if na solution is like Kali. I hope na internet again to find you. We keep if I thank God if I were recorded program, so you can always go back and listen. And while we're having this conversation, we are live streaming on YouTube. Our channel on YouTube, youtube.com/Kunie Media, and also on Facebook /Kunie Media Official. So can we in other places and they reach in the matter. So you can always go back there and listen, and you can always refer people that didn't make it to this space. If I need, if I see, you can go to YouTube or come to Twitter. The space is recorded and listen. Because if any web it should be kept, it should be documented so that we can always have reference points when we can apply it to if actually as a people. Who's next? Captain Kajetan Emeze Koganiru.
Okay, yeah, just one more thing. 29 of our brothers and sisters just retired from the army. 29 of our brothers and sisters just retired from the Nigerian army. Take that with a pinch of salt or what you may, but that should be something you should take back and begin to research. Thank you.
All right, Dalo. Okay, Kajetan Emeze Koganiru.
Okwu m ga-ekwu ebe a dị nrọ. Anyị na-atụle ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-ekwu ihe dị iche iche. Anyị ekwuola gaa na mpaghara ọchịchị. Anyị lebara ya anya. Mmiri shi gbaruo. Anyị ọtụtụ n'ime anyị amaghị ndị anyị bụ. O nwere ndị amụrụ kịta amụbatara na-adị onye kọgara ha akụkọ. Can anyone hear me?
Ganiru biko, Ganiru ana nifini.
Yeah, adi onye kọgara ha akụkọ. Adi onye ma ebe anyị shi, adi onye ma ebe anyị jije. Ndị be anyị ji adị olu sheda onye na-ama ebe ochiche ebe ọla ji eyi ya. Ọ na-amere onye ọla na-anọ kokoko na-achụ ego ke ya. Ụgwọ here mma mana ọwụwa ihe echiche anyị. Ka hụ otu okwu. Ka bụ mmụ anyị ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị ege hụ ụmụ standard 6 ka elementary 6 ka akpọka halewa first school living ka ọ nene ha na-akọpịrị ha na practice ndele ma junior wee ka kọpịara ha na board ndele we senior wee ka kọpịa damage ụmụntakịrị mentally ụmụntakịrị nwe ma moral value ha na-abịa ha na-ekiri ya. Ụmụntakịrị ndị ahụ ndị wu tools n'aka ndị ọchịchị ọjọọ ndị a. Ụmụntakịrị ndị ahụ bait ndị ka ọzọ ga-eleverage on iji na-edowe obodo anyị na agha n'ụlọ ekele ihe mere n'Imo steeti ọ ihe mega n'Imo steeti recently. So generally, I need to move beyond all those sentiments lewe anya na your work plan. Ole ebe anyị ga-esi eme ha. Nwanne m nwoke kwuru okwu checking point ahụ maka Chineke last year my heart bleeded. Ishi no ole ha bụ head bridge ba Imo State ege gafe over 30 before ga ishi na control. Over 30 ị ga-alọd ha na moto like 3 or 4 times. Ya fọkwanụ ndị echiche ụmụahịa chi ebe ahụ echiche Akwa Ibom. I need to do an action plan. Either as a people here or setting up something. Or how is Ndi Igbo? And I know I'm not just speaking for myself. I've heard a whole lot of people ask these questions. If they can't call people to order, especially the political elite, they just keep hobnobbing with them. The whole idea of having a sociocultural group of elites and then transcend the political partisan politics with the ability to call anybody's BS out for the interest of our people, and they are not doing that. They are not. So we have to sit back and look in for ourselves. Sorry, give me some maybe 30 seconds. Nigeria, which is fine, is our nature. But I need really anya. Funny enough, just yesterday I watched half of a Yellow Sun again. After reading In Biafra, Africa Died. I need create a philosophy or an action plan on how to go about these things. They won't.
Alright, thank you. Bikono, I'm going to 5 minutes everyone. Oh, Bikomelu no host na co-host ever. I think the next person should be AA, then Vin. AA, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I've been listening, and so far, Imano heme Ndi Igbo ji asị Igbo enwe eze ihe ji asị na Igbo enwe eze nke Ndị Igbo bidoro n'oge mara na opinion ofu onye no matter how wise it is, no person when opinion one person's opinion adịghị superior. Ndị Igbo ji bido n'oge mara na the best opinion one aggregate of every person's view or views. So when they put a child like, so when you all any of us get now got it different from what every other person has said. But I'm going to take care to some things through different ways. So solutions, yes, on Basara as Igbo discrimination. Mana mbu for the yana dem ka before I chota solution. I got bothering area me bobe ya haya of ma only ke chota solution yanga. So ya deka mo as a person yana dem ka discrimination is a bit of a symptom. Yana dem ka is more of resentment or the problem. Imago for Ndi Igbo. Mana depend this magazine a solution now. Depend whether sometimes that resentment then manifests as either any discriminate on Ndi Igbo or an Ndi Igbo Jonaiga dominate. So it depends on how we conduct ourselves per time. You know, that then depends how that or they determine how that resentment is expressed. So between during the colonial times and immediately after independence, no person could discriminate against Ndi Igbo. If anything, the problem is that they fear Igbo domination. Many people do not actually know that in this country there was talk about Igbos recolonizing Nigeria. Do people know that? In fact, when they said to the UNN, one of the propaganda they hold against UNN that Azikiwe was building a university to train people who used to colonize the West and the North. That's in this country. That the whole idea of action group in the West was to halt what they perceived as the coming Igbo colonization. So because of Guinea, we were able to, you know, the way we charged out within 30 years, and you know, only of you Googled a report that Henry Kissinger as National Security Advisor wrote to President Nixon about during the Biafran War. He captured it well, where he said the Igbos were the backbone of commerce and civil services. He talked about how the only thing that unites the rest of Nigeria is resentment against the Igbos. He talked about all those things because we were everywhere, in business, in commerce, in civil service, in academia, everywhere. And all this happened within 30-35 years. So, move forward. Views in other parts of Nigeria they resent Ndi Igbo. But sometimes I see reasons. Look, we are young, but when you read the history books and put things in perspective, what the Igbos did in this country in 35 years, there's no part of the world you will do it and people will not be afraid. Everywhere, in the military, in just every civil services, universities, everywhere. Because I conduct Runwayo, but that's why when we move on, the against him. Only with them no, because you know, Zik arrived here in 1937, right? He came back, stayed in Ghana. After he had issues in Ghana, he came back here. 37. By 1949-50, he had organized Igbos to become a powerful force. And I don't know many how powerful force so the Insula, who were only thinking about Igbo. No, they were Igbos launching in Nigeria, focusing on fighting for the unity of Nigeria, but being relevant in Nigeria. It wasn't that he was trying to be, you know, isolationist or insular or separationist. No. Anyway, that's about the good side of when we organize ourselves well. But when we do not, like Alochazie War, of course, we had issues. But since after the war, you know, but not just immediately after the war, I think it's more recent. And when we organized, then the discrimination at this is so much. And also the discrimination they shortly after the war, but all it a bit covert. But since maybe the last 15-20 years, you know, that now takes me to solution. So one of our things that I think that one of our problems, which I change the solution, is the fact that we abandoned the Igbo meritocracy. We absorbed the mediocrity of, with due respect, I don't want to bring other people in Nigeria, but now, only meritocracy that Ndi Igbo will launch out the first time. And not Katazie. Yeah, Igbo. And some of the first program school, if you're brilliant, the community will contribute money and train you. Igbos believe in the best, right? But anyway, so that takes me to solutions. So for me, one of the first solutions there will be three. One, for me, what we are doing, because there is a taboo around talking about Igbo. In fact, some Igbos see Igbo as slaw. To talk about the enemy here is the civil war. You know, Nigeria, when the Igbo who don't want to talk about the civil war, but I see them talking about Second World War, talking about the First World War, but they don't talk about the Biafran War. You know, something of to be ashamed about. But for what we are doing now, it removes the taboo around the point of and Ndi Igbo need to adjust their ways. You know, that is one. But also then, which takes me to the second point, which as I think Anam Professor mentioned it Uche here, is soft power. One of the things Ndi Igbo were organized during the colonial times and the media were soft power. Things like the media, right? Apart from the Azikiwe had like newspaper, West African Pilot, of course, the flagship, but about 6 others, and the interest in about 5 other newspapers in Africa. Many Ndi Igbo were writing, publishing, and then our cultural organization, like social cultural organization, Igbo State Union, and so on. Ndi Igbo were like that, you know, talking about themselves, investing in publishing. In fact, up until during Abacha, right, we had Outlook. First of all, the first government that established a newspaper was Eastern Region, Eastern Outlook. And even up until 1997, Ghana struggle democracy. Places like Enugu, there was the Eastern Mandate, which was a known, you know, think tank institution. You know, in the 1970s, when Mpakwe Batra, he set up a Hijoko lecture series, which was a harvest of intellectual excellence. Ndi Igbo na Wako, I will bring the best. You know, you see citations. Ndi Igbo will give lectures about it. All those things gone. We fought a war. We suffered pogrom. There is no university in Igbo land in a Hodu, you know, things like colloquium or, you know, workshop or discussion series on the Civil War. There are no center for Igbo studies. You know, there used to be one in the old Imo State University set up by Professor Echeru. I'm not sure, we don't talk about. So some of those things are the things that we need to invest in, you know, all know the possible. There used to be Concord newspaper, there used to be this. They need to start investing in that. We need to tell our story, like Chenwa Achebe will always say, tell your story. You know, just talk about who you are. Things Fall Apart was Chenwa Achebe writing back to what another person had written against the Igbo. He wrote back. So we need to start talking about doing things like that. Soft power is one. But for me, I think the most important one is that people who have just, I'm saying it in different ways, in a different way, to focus on Igbo meritocracy. In fact, here in marginalization or discrimination, even after the war, 9 years after the Civil War, an Igbo man became vice president and speaker of the Federal House of Rep. Because we were still organizing ourselves. So it wasn't the war that actually made us to be disrespected. Because shortly after the war, just 9 years, I can respect Ndi Igbo. So much so that an Igbo man became vice president, speaker. In fact, Ogo Obasanjo, the Ndi Igbo drew everywhere. there was this Soludo, there was just mention them. But I think it was during the military when we then began to leave politics, some of our best. Michael Okpara, Alex Ekweme, who were Alex Ekweme, for example, this PDP now, Alex Ekweme organized G38 that set up PDP. He was the man who organized it. PDP's constitution and registration was done. The papers that registered PDP was done in the law firm of Onyabobi, SAN. It was Ndi Igbo were politically relevant and strong. But once we then left politics and then we began to have the Rochases and the Ojos of Carlos and the Hopes and all these people, they are populating the place, then some of our best. Because before independence, we had the best in politics. In Njoko, Jaja Nwachukwu, Michael, some of our best. Which is why one of the reasons he was disappointed with Soludo. When he came, we thought he was one of the persons who would bring the renaissance. But as they say, it is what it is. So I think that's one of the things I gave him. Anything when he came, somebody talked about the US or form what looks like a political action group or form. There is no society that's developed without creating a class of people who do, like I said, something. We must have a group of people who represent our best, who will come and decide. Maybe we form a political action group or whatever we call it, but it has to be, people who think. Then we will come out and say maybe Nimus, they begin to groom people. Periodic, debates or summit or whatever it is and talk about talk about Igbo principles, people who are grounded about what it takes to be Igbo. Then we begin to plant them in politics, in positions of power. Like in those days when the Igbo State Union will sit. As at 1949, they will decide the Igbo National Bank and Igbo Infrastructure Bank. 48, 49. These were the kind of thoughts they were having then. We need to begin to have those kinds of people who will sit up, will say, okay, Michael Okpara is the next person who think that will represent, what I will replace Aziki, where he can do it. This person go here, this person. But all point will just, Ndi Ocharacha, all these hopes of them and so on. I can make here. So, they all here on my view. So, 3 things to recap. What we are doing here, talk about it, continue to educate people, but also invest in soft power, media, which other way. Even if it means, what does it mean? Cost one rich person to endow a professorial chair in one, in fact, I'm thinking of doing it. It's just a professorial chair in one university in Igbo, who will be a professor of Igbo studies. And we begin to talk about how to, engage ourselves in soft power. But the third point, we need to go back to meritocracy. That was what helped us for the 35 years between 1930s and 1965 to, take every person by surprise and take over the country. Not that we excluded other people, but we basically came tops because we focused on merit. So that would be my view. Back to you.
Ago. Like I always say, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just want to say that because only addition again when the never Obi Adrofama, I found I request the mic since, but they have not been able to come on this platform to speak. Something is going on. Sometimes somebody requests a mic. We accept for the person to come on, but something goes wrong. The person doesn't come on. Or may go many times. Sometimes we even go back to go and invite the person, but nothing seems to be changing. Even the co-hosts, we couldn't move them into co-hosts because we were trying it, but so all the time, Elon Musk sometimes. So if I when I so ọ bụrụ na ị request Mike anyị akpọbatara gị sometimes ọ bụrụ na anyị achọrọ ịkpọbata gị nọ n'ọwa ọkụrụ anyị pịa ya aka meọkwa ife ọzọ so nke kwela anyị eme ka anyị na-eme ndị niile fụrụ ebe a bụ ndị anyị nwere ike ịkpọgotanwu unu ewe n'iwe ndị nọ na request karịrị akarị now and anyị chọrọ imechi very soon because na okwu ama mbe today anyị ekwukwa ọzọ next week kwukwa ọzọ the following week anyị ekwugide okwu a until anyị nwee real change n'ala Igbo because okwu anyị na-ekwu na ọ bụrụ sọ anyị ga-ekwu okwu ahụ onwe oge ọ ga-elu ọ bazia n'ime village bazia n'ime communities. We are looking at how we can actually extend this information to people who don't come to Twitter or Facebook or YouTube by just listening to online radio. Fana egenti if anyị na-ekwu wee na-amụta because ihe abụkwanụ anyị na-atụ alụ a na-akụzikwalụ ndị mmadụ na-enwekwa ife na-akpọ public education and reorientation ka ndị be anyị wee ghọta what is required ka enwee ike inwe ọganiru n'ala Igbo. Daalụ again Agụ okwu ga-amaka nnọọ. Vin ganiru.
Biko ekelere m unu Igbo ekelere m unu. Enwere ndị na-abịa here ha nara igwe okwu enwere ọtụtụ ihe ha ga-ekwu mana a na-eme ka ha kwuo ọsọ ọsọ ọ naghị adabara m n'ihi na enwere ndị ọ bụ na anyị dum ga-ekwurịrị okwu ebe a awụghị echo chamber mụnwa says na emeela m oke m kwesịrị ime nke m ji wụrụ mmadụ n'inye aka gbasara ka a chọwa obodo a na-akpọ Naijiria ka ọ dị mma. Emere m ya na mpaghara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nke gara aga mana ike agwụgwọ m so e mere ihe gbasara na ị na-abịa na igwe okwu space anaghịzi m eme ọzọ but na kama na mbọsị ọrụla ụzọ ụka atọ arụ na-adịrị m so enwere m ohere ịbịa na lee ihe okwu ndị a na-ekwu. Mbọsị ole gara aga enwele okwu ndị a na-ekwu masịrị m ihe mere m ji gbanye igwe okwu m ka m tinye ọnụ ya bụ na enwe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu okwu kwute ihe ị chọrọ ikwu ị nwere ike gbanyụ ọkụ nke ekwenụ ntị mụtakwana ihe ọ wụzi oge ọbụla ka mmadụ ga na-ekwu n'ihi na o nwere ndị nwere ezigbo ihe ha gara ekwu hie bet a na-arọshi ha okpuchie a na-akụrụ ha bel a na-eme nke a ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ ụdị okwu akụnụ chọrọ ka m wakwu aga m ekwu ama jos ka m nọ ebe a gee unu ntị m ga-ejiri mgbanyụ ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe. Enwere ọtụtụ mmadụ ma m ọ nwere ọtụtụ mmadụ na-amakwana m a na-ama abịa na igwe okwu ka m kwuo ihe ga-atọ ndị mmadụ ụtọ ka m kwuo ihe ga-eme ndị obodo obi adị ha mma ha akụ aka obi eju ha afọ ha enwe ojuju afọ bete enweghị ihe ha mụtara ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe. Enwere ọtụtụ ndị na-ekwuli okwu bara uru hie bete o nwere okwu onye nke kwuru okwu gbasara ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka bụ ndị kwesịrị ime ka ihe gbasara ndị Igbo ka mba ụwa dum nne ya. Ọ ihe mere m ji gbunye igwe okwu ma ọ bụ na agara m agbanye agwara m ahapụ onye ọbụla kwujuo onye kwujuo agbanyụ ihe onye ọbụla ezu ike. Onye ahụ kwuru okwu ahụ kwutere ezigbo okwu na ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka bụ ndị anyị kwesịrị ime mụa nọ na Amerịka anyị kwesịrị abụ m onye Igbo Amerịka Goswin nọ ebe a wụkwa onye Igbo Amerịka enwekwara ndị ọzọ wụkwa ndị Igbo Amerịka n'ebe a anyị kwesịrị ime ihe ndị mba ọzọ na-eme. Anyị nwechara ndị na-anọchite anya steeti iwu obodo anyị nọ na Amerịka ebe a anyị nwechara ndị na oge ọbụla idere ha akwụkwọ ha na ozugbo ha na-edeghachiri gị n'ihi na ama ha nkwado anyị na-enye ha n'ihi na ama ha na ihe okwu anyị na-ekwu bụ our fundamental right. Ndere onye senetọ m na-represent m na my great state of Nevada now ndere akwụkwọ 1 week ha ga-reply 1 week and ha ga na-akpọ so anyị kwesịrị ime ihe dị otu abịa ka ihe mee na ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka anaghị eme ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe na wodat na ọ bụghị na anyị wu ndị Igbo bere Amerịka mere ka agwa anyị agbanwee ọ naghị eme ya n'ihi na ihe mere anyị ji dị iche ndị Igbo ji dị iche na Amerịka wụ na America nwere iwu, enwere okporo na-echedo obodo ha. Ị gaa n'aka iri, gị na-aga nke ọma. Ị gaa aka ịkpa nwụrụ gị. Ọ bụrụ meze obodo ya sị kpechikọm aka akpa gị. Ohe merenụ anyị ji na-eme ka anyị wụ ezigbo mmadụ. Ọ bụghị na anyị wụ ezigbo mmadụ. Ndị Igbo na ndị Igbo ibe ha mekọọ ihe. Ke nke anyị ji biri ebe ahụ na America. Ke nke anyị ji biri. Otu ndị Igbo nọ na America ji biri wụkwa otu ndị Igbo nọ na Nigeria ji biri. Maka onye mgbọ. Ịka m, ị chọrọ ịka m, ị nọrọ ahụ na America na-eme ihe n'otu a. Ị chọrọ ka m nwụrụ. Ọ bụ ihe anyị ji nọ ebe a na-azọ, ihe a na-azọkwa n'ala Igbo, ihe a mere ori azụghị azụ n'ala Igbo. Ụkwụ ihe na-eme ebe a na ndị Igbo na America. So anyị agaghị ejikọla onwe anyị ọnụ ka anyị kwuo ofu ihe. Ndị ebe anyị nọ na obodo ofesi ebe a na-akpọ America, ma ndị a na-akpọ ndị Jew, ma ndị a na-akpọ India. Ile anya n'obodo India, for instance, enwere ebe a na-akpọ Bombay before I was in Mumbai. Ndị na-ama agụ ihe gbasara mba ndị ọzọ ga-ama na Mumbai ka ọ Bombay ndị India nọ na obodo ndị ọzọ ndị tax ha kwụrụ ka eji rụọ obodo ahụ. So iwuru onye India nọ na wuru onye India dịka onye nwoke nwere Mastercard anyị na-eyuzu onye India ọ Pakistan. O nwere ihe a na-akpọ ndị oyibo na-akpọ stake na Mumbai n'ihi na tax ọ kwụrụ ka eji goe. So ọ bụ na ndị Igbo nwere ike jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ nke anyị na-agaghị eji emekọli, anyị agaghị emeli ya. Ịgwa ha eziokwu, anyị agaghị emeli ya. Mụnwa anọọna n'ọchịchị n'obodo Nigeria na nke gbagoro agbago, anọọna m na nke gbadata. Amaara m nke ndị ebe anyị nọ n'ọchịchị ha na-eji ewere ọchịchị ahụ. Ọchịchị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ma ọ wụ oche ọchịchị ihe a na-akpa ya wụ political platform. Betere onye Igbo ruo ebe ahụ ya atọ n'ọda political platform ya wụzie political oche. Ọwụkwa platform ya wụhụ oche. Ndị na-arụ na oil and gas na-aga na rig na ihe ga-ama ihe a na-akpọ platform. In oil and gas, in political platform, in oil rig platform, ị ga-ahụzi ọ ga-enwezi like 30 different companies nọ on that platform na-eme different things ga na-support oil a na-edrili ka ọ pụta. Oh, platform. So many people are sitting on it and a lot of people are thriving on it. Political seat platform, but in the Igbo ruo ebe ahụ ha turn way to a seat. May ya wuru something only them can benefit, thereby depriving other people from succeeding from that same platform, which they can liberalize it and they will thrive and every other person will thrive. That is the problem. Somebody mentioned Dr. Alex Ekweme, 24 more PDP. How was your G8? Dr. Alex Ekweme, that time one around of my university time, that was 1998 to 1999. Poor people like Solomon La, former governor of Plateau State, Dr. Solomon La, how was somebody like former governor of Kano State, Dr. Abba Karimi, from Rivers State, Alabo Tony Graham Douglas, and John Wobodo, and so forth and so on. Oge Obasanjo si na prison pụta, anọ esi m school Zaria bịa na Tafawa Square na Kaduna ibe for Obasanjo during the campaign. Alex Ekweme nọ ebe ahụ. Ndị dum agbagoju n'ebe ahụ. Onye mere ka Alex Ekweme wu onye ekwesịrị inye tiketi ahụ daa? Ọ bụghị onye Igbo. Ji mmụọ obodo. Ọ bụghị onye Igbo. So ihe a na-ekwu na ihe na-atagbu nnabe nọ n'ime nnabe. Ọ bụghị na ọwụwa anahịa, ọ bụ n'ime nnabe. The same problem anyị nwere dịka ndị Igbo. Ụkwa the same problem ndị isi ojii nọ na America ebe a nwekwere. This slave mentality, this crab on a plate mentality. Oh, crab nọ na ndị nọ n'ala na adọdụ pull him down syndrome na adọtụ ndị nọ n'elu. Okwa the same problem ka anyị na-enwe na America ebe a. Okwa the same problem ndị Igbo nwe. Anyị na-achọ iwu head of a rat instead of being a tail of an elephant. Anyị nwere ike dị ebe a kwuo these things anyị na-ekwu, ana-refer Michael Okpara, ana-refer Alex Oti. Alex Oti wụ nwanne m nwoke. Ọ wụ dede m. Nkọrọ unu ihe mere na election anyị bido since 2015. Unu agaghị amatacha. ana m ekele Chukwu na ọ bụ the kind of person he is. But unu agaghị aghọtacha na ihe nọ n'ala anyị mere na n'ime ala na-anaghị ahụ anya ka ihe unu na-ahụ anya n'elu ụzọ elu ala kịta. Ekelere m Chukwu na udu mmadụ ọwụ. But how take somebody like that, he got through Nigerian political landscape to na-echete ndị mmadụ n'ihi ịga through election jee ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ndị Igbo. Ha emechaghị ihe ha ga-eme, ha ga-echenji ya DNA. Ndị na-adọ ụlọ ọchịchị n'ebe a nọ na space ebe a ga-aghọta ihe m na-ekwu. Ọkwa ndị ahụ ị bịara ka ịzọpụta ndị Igbo anyị na-akpa agwa dịka ụmụnne Jizọs na Baịbụl. Ha ga-emegide gị. Ha ga-eme gị, ha ga-anacha gị, ha ga-ame fịọfịọ dịka tutu. So ya wụrụ ya. So ihe gbasara ndị Igbo ịgbakọta ọnụ mee ka ihe gbasara anyị nọ na Amerịka ebe anyị ga-emeli ya. But the thing who will bear the card? Only ka who the leader, because somebody want to take glory. And anything ha na-eme, ha na-enwe political tentacles to it. Ha gachi showcase. Lee oge anọ m na North Carolina oge anyị mere Peter Obi invite. Anyị akpọkọ ndị mmadụ ka ha gbakọta. Ebe emere hostru Peter Obi awụ ebe anyị kwesịrị host ya. Hostru na church, na Charlotte, instead of a hall. Ihe mekwara na ọgwụ ndị Igbo mee ya wụrụ ihe ndị Igbo. Instead of ime ya wụrụ ihe ndị Nigeria, ndị Igbo atụkachie. Ndị mmadụ chọọ ka ekele Peter Obi, ndị na-amaghị ya chọọ ka ekele. Ndị Igbo na-aga idea. Ihe eme ha dịka na onye nke anyị onye ọbụla na-asọpọtụ. Ndị Igbo emeela ha akpachie ụzọ. N'ebe a ka nke anyị ji na-emegide our relationship within ourselves. Enwere ihe a na-akpọ SWOT analysis. You can check out your strength, you can check out your weakness, you can check out your threat and opportunity. Ndị Igbo nwere a lot of strength. Gịnị bụ our strength? Anyị dị good in technology. Anyị dị good in commerce and industry. Anyị dị mma. Anyị bido this apprenticeship which ndị Harvard na study today. Anyị nwere ya. But how have we grown from that? How have we progressed from that? A na-ahụ ndị na-agba boy, ị ga-anọ na ịgba boy, rụọ ụlọ ọgaghị na-arụ, ị ga-akwọ nwa n'azụ, ya ndọrọ ịkwọ n'azụ mara ya ego n'akpa, zụrụ akwa, were isi kụkpọ anyị na-ata gị n'azụ. Ọ bụ ihe anyị na-enwe kịta. Onye Igbo ịkpọpụta, ị ga-ahụ ndị ofe mmanụ bata n'obodo a, ha kpọbata ndị ebe ha obodo ma ọ bụ ndị ebe ha si obodo abata. Onye ofe mmanụ ga-anọ n'ụlọ gị na-asara gị moto, na-eme ihe ọbụla to survive. Onye Igbo ịkpọrọ today kpọbata n'ụlọ gị today, the next thing ọ ga-eme, ọ ga-agba gị mgbe okpuru, ọ ga-agwa ndị immigration, ọ ga-emegide gị na enweghị nke unu ga-esi gị na onye Igbo ibe gị ga-eji mee ihe na Nigeria na America ebe hapụ iwu na osemokwu ka ọ ga-ebi. Onweghị nke ọgwụ. So ka ihe anyị na-akọ dị. Then onye nke ọzọ kwukwara ezigbo okwu si na o kwuru okwu meritocracy. Gịnị bụ meritocracy? Gịnị na-ekwu okwu Dr. Michael Okpara na-ekwu okwu gịnị bụ meritocracy? Meritocracy bụ gọọmenti mbụ ndị mmadụ ga-atụkọta aka họpụta mmadụ n'ihi na amamihe o nwere, n'ihi na ntụkwasị obi nwere n'ebe ọ nọ, n'ihi na amara ya. Ọ bụ ihe meritocracy pụtara n'ala Igbo. And that same meritocracy wụkwa mantra Peter Obi ji bịa na election. Gịnị ka o ji bịa na election? You are based on his ability, based on his capacity, and based on his competence. And track record, you can verify. Is this not the meritocracy we are talking about? Ka igbuo ya na ntụ ka ndị mmadụ na-aghọta ihe a na-ekwu. Kịta, enwe onye ga-agwa m na enwere onye Igbo na contest election, mmadụ atụ ego sọpọtụ ya. Ibie isi na ụgwọ asị ka m na-atụ ihe a. Biegode posta gị today na ị na-adị election. Ndị Igbo ga-ame gị fịọ ka tutu. Ha ga-anara ego. Ha ga-aga na onye gị na ya na-azọkọta nara ego. Ihe ị na-ekwu, ị na-ewetara ha awụ ihe ha na-anụ. So ha ga-eme gị na-asị ọgwụgwọ ndị a ka m bịara ịzọpụta. Ha ga-anacha gị mịa gị ọbara ga-eme iru ebe ahụ gị kpọchie ụzọ gị. O ihe merenụ most of the people ị na-ahụ na National Assembly oge ha na-eme ihe ha na-abịa obedient, m sị ha forget about it, they can't do nothing because these people ọ bụ investment. These people they want to recruit. Ịmakwa ego ole 2011 mụnwa anọ 36 years then. I was just at the threshold of the time he got contest for House of Rep. I came from oil and gas and contested. As a 2007, 2011, 12, on run election. I spent over 70 million. Lenum, have I woken up from it? So, mgbarịmgba ekwule ama m. So ọ bụ na unu chọrọ ka agbatị okwu a ka enwee ike ikwupụta ihe ga-aba uru, eche m na unu ndị na-ahazi okwu a unu ga-ejisi ike mee ya mbọsị ndị ọzọ, mee ndị mmadụ ndị nwa ka esi ekwu okwu invite ka anyị kwuo okwu, ekwuchikwa n'okwu aka anyị ọnụ, enwe action plan ga-emenụ na a ga-enwe ihe a ga-ebido na-arụ. Ọ bụghị Naijiria ndị Igbo mbụ ndị oke amamihe ikwu nsogbu dị na-akọ ha ọnụ. Ọwụ onye ga-etinye asị na nwoke maka ndị ụmụaka n'ebe a biko mechie nụ ntị, asị na nwoke na-ejiji uche ya aka ka mmamịrị ya nwee direction. Anyị ga-abịa jiji onwe anyị aka, bidokwa na-ebido gbakọ onwe anyị ọnụ, fụgado onwe anyị n'anya first, gosi ndị ụwa na anyị fụrụ onwe anyị n'anya. N'ihi na asị na otu ịkpọ efere gị mkpọkọrọ ọba, ụmụaka ewere akpụ afịfịa. Ndewonụ.
Ndewo Mr. Vin Oti, okwu ga-amakakwana, okwu gị dị mkpa mana sometimes Maazị Vin okwu ga-amaka nnọọ ịma na sometimes ọ na-abụ ekwukata okwu, ụmụ ụdị okwu a ga-abụ ekwuo dị, ụmụ ụdị eziokwu a ga-abụ ekwuo ọfụ na ntị. Mana ibe m ekwukwanụ bụ na enwekwa ịma na two things can be true. Enwere ndị bụ ndị ọjọọ na-eme anyị dịka anyị bụ ndị ọjọọ, nwekwa ndị bụ ndị ọma na-eme anyị dịka anyị bụ ndị ọma. Ọzọ ndị ka bụ ndị anya amarọ kịta, mana ọ dị mma anyị na-esaịdị anyị nekwa saịdị a wee na-ebezi anya ka anyị ga-esi wee dozie onwe anyị, mee onwe anyị ka anyị bụrụ ndị ka mma karịa otu anyị dị kịta, mee omume anyị mekwuo improve. Like ife anyị na-ekwu na-eme na Amerịka, ọ na-emekwa everywhere na Nigeria too, amangụ ndị be anyị akwa. Mana enwekwa ndị ghọtagolu na ife ga-eme ka anyị wee gaa n'iru dịkwa na anyị n'aka. Anọ ndị a nọkwa na space a, so ife anyị dị ime bụ ka nọmba ahụ na-eme increase, ka anyị na-akọnekt onwe anyị. Ife anyị na-abịa dịkwa ihe a bụ conversation maka ndị Igbo, ka anyị na-amata onwe anyị, na-ekwukọrịta okwu, na-enebala anya na nsogbu anyị nwere, na-achọkwanụ solution. Ka anyị na-ekwu etu anwa anyị na-eme increase na nọmba, anyị na-akọnekt onwe anyị kọnekt gidezi etu a, enwe ife a na-akpọ critical mass, enwe nwezie ife a na-akpọ action group. So anyị ka na-ebidokwa na-ebido. Nke a bụ the 4th episode ka anyị na-eme ife ahụ, okwu wee dị etu a. Ị ga-amazi ka ọ ga-adị in the next 6 months, maka na ebido bụ na ke nwere ife ame. Anyị ebidogo, anyị ga na-ekwu na-aga every Saturday ka anyị na-eme ife a from 8 p.m. O wutere m na ikwugo okwu anọtela aka nnukwu, maka onwe ndị n'ebe a mgbe ebido na okwu etoka, mana ife anyị ekwu karịrị akarị ya na ọ dị mkpa. So next time anyị ga-atry, na-arịọ mgbaghara na anyị. Next time anyị ga-atry manage ka esi ekwu okwu a, manage ọfụma ka ọ ghara ite aka nnukwu. Mana anyị na-anwekwanụ ka ọrụ anyị, mana unu bụ ndị Igbo, ndị otu anyị, unu ghọtakwa na ndị ọzọ ga-ekwu okwu unu kwụsie, ana onwe ndị na-ege ntị, ana nchọ ka ndị a nọrọkwa na wee gee ndị onye ọbụla ga-ekwu okwu. So onye na-ekwu nke gị ịkọnsidakwa ndị ọzọ ga-ekwu ka ọ wee dịla anyị izu. So ịchịkọtachi ọnụ, ife ekwu in 5 minutes, ịchọ ka ezikwuo in 2 minutes ka onye ọbụla nwee ike ịnụ ife na-ekwu, onye ọzọ ekwukwa. Ọ ife nsị ka m kwuo. Next week anyị ga-ediscuss akụruo ụlọ, ọnya ma anyị disi ka anyị kwuo nke a today, ka anyị wee take care of ife a na-akpọ reference point, ife a na-akpọ reasons why ọ na-afịa anyị adị dozi obodo anyị. So ka anyị kwụsịgoro nke a now, next week anyị ga-abịa ebe a kwuo maka akụruo ụlọ. Are we ready to invest n'ala Igbo? Ọ nke anyị na-abịa ya now, mana ka anyị werezie nwayọ wee chịkọnata okwu anụnwa. Ọ fọrọ mmadụ bụ ebe a, Bros Ike and Chuka ikwubugo okwu before, so nke ị ga-ekwu na ga-adị very short. And Bros Ike, inwe 3 minutes, ọ bụ na inwe ike ime ya ka ọ dịkwu shorter, fine. Ọ bụkwa na ị nwere ike ikwu ka ọra gị, but just ji nwayọ chịkọnatazi ka anyị nwee ike na biko na anyị anọgo. Daalụ, gaa n'iru.
Okay, daalụ nụ everybody. Konyechi Azelo. So okwu m ga-adị kenke. So I think a lot of our people, our biggest problem, so many of our people are anything about our history. Our history, I'm not saying the history of the Igbo people, about the history of this country. You know, for instance, someone said something about Zeke allowing Balewa to be the prime minister, that Zeke could have been the prime minister, that he had all the powers, that he was on his laps. That was a lie. And these are the kind of lies we keep telling our people. Because in the 1959 election, so I'm saying it here so that tomorrow somebody will not come here and basically misinform our people, tell us things that are lies, and we keep perpetuating the fallacy. 1959, the NPC, the Northern People's Party, Congress, had 134 votes. Then NCNC, the party Zeke, were 81 candidates that won elections. Then AG, which is the Yoruba party, were 73. So he had there NCNC and AG, you will now get about 154. As against the northern people were 134. So these people really won the election, the Northern People's Congress. But what happened was, Zeke now thought, okay, if I go to Awolowo and we form a coalition, we will have 154 as against these people 134. So we can now form the government. But they could not come to an agreement. So what happened? Zeke now went back to the Northerners and I told them, okay, let my 81 people join your 134 people so that we can form the government. So they accepted Zeke and they were magnanimous. They now said, okay, we will give you the president, we will take the prime minister. So Zeke basically didn't have the power. These people were the ones that won the elections in 1959. So when our people come here and they lie to us, and some of our people will run with it, and some of these people that say these things are educated. And some of the Northerners who know the truth, they are not even educated. But they are now wondering, these people say they are educated. So how come they don't know these basic things? And they are telling these lies to their people, and nobody is actually able to stand up and tell them what you're saying is not true. So when our people come out and they try to push this kind of, untrue stories or fake news, somebody needs to correct them immediately. And another thing, but what somebody said, the last speaker, the person before him, he said something about our people basically being almost in control of everything happening in the country. Even when we didn't win elections, we still have the juicy posts. Some people will still come and give us those juicy posts. We came out from a civil war and we got a vice president. That's unprecedented. Then you look at even when some states were taken away from us, we are still producing governors in those states. Even in Rivers today, Onyenke not there. He speaks better Igbo than a lot of us here. Onyenke Poapo, nke no na Abuja na cause confusion everywhere na Rivers today. Nyawana suku Igbo very well, or an Igbo person. And what happened in Rivers State, Guna? The politics of Rivers State, Ijo and Igbos, before they created Bayelsa. So it was always between Igbo people and Ijo people. So it got to a point, they were having that friction. It was Ohaneze Ndi Igbo that rose from a meeting and they went to the military government and now told them, we need a state for Ijo people. And they created a state for Ijo people. So literally, some of our people here, and they make this victim mentality. It is not going to help us. So we put everything that has happened to us, behind us. And then we look forward to things that could be the possibilities ahead of us. We can just imagine all the good things, because in this country, or this, if you want to call it a contraption, I prefer to call it country. A lot of our brothers who are in the IPOP disagree with us, But in Nanya, you see that literally everything Nemeba Anywa, they in control. The only thing I want to be today, president, because I know the numbers. And then when any part of the country where the numbers. So at the point, each Igbo president, you do what P2B is now doing. You have to form coalition at some point. That was what Zeke understood. That was what Ekweme understood. That was what Ike Nwachukwu understood. Alice Madueke. Alice was number 2 at some point. Ike Nwachukwu was almost like one of the most powerful men in Nigeria. They Emeko Meruwa them and everybody. So, what is now going on? Can they buy I made this victim mentality? And another one before. Yeah, in Kenchoziku before I
in 30 seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, one word in the buying form. Fana we are intellectual or the wanjo. Any society that abhors education, that makes education look terrible, or the opama. So you now one nigga intellectual, and you're shaming him for being an intellectual, you are set for doom. So other people now embrace education. I am actually my fair. It work is will take over the world. So Biko, the thing that can save us, we open ourselves to learning, open ourselves to education, and then look at our history, the mistakes we've made in the past, and see how we can correct them, and look forward to the future and the possibilities, that can accrue from forming alliances, just like P2B is doing. Thank you.
Dalo. Chuka Ngwaganiru.
Okay, dalo nwanne m nwoke Chuka ekenekwa m ọnụ ndị Igbo dị ọma anyị na-akpa nkata. Ihe njigwe n'aka ọzọ bụ na o nwere ihe anyị kwugasị bịa ka ọsọ si daba na ntị. My apologies to the neighbor they go involved in politics who were born in one way or the other. When they know even now more developed countries, when they don't have politics for personal gains, then when we're a special breed of people who come out to selflessly serve the people. Unfortunately in Nigeria, we're more of the other group in power, especially right now in our own enclave. I wear more of those people who are driven by greed and what they can gain from politics, and not what the generality of Ndebanye. So I do not want us to go home with that mentality now. There's really nothing we can do now. We are now filled, our politics is filled up with people like Hope Uzodimpa and Gudugudu of Enugu State, and also of Anambra State, who showed some hope when he was coming, and then all of a sudden the hope dissipated into thin air. I actually strongly believe that anyway capacity to engage these people, that it's possible to get them to listen. I don't think we have been trying, basically. Don't think there were channels try use to encourage these people to listen, to pass what we think are important to these people for them to start doing it for us. And this is why I'm actually coming back. Yes, anyway, we should have several prongs. It should be a several prong approach, multi-prong approach. We should use soft power, even though somebody suggested that in using soft power now, we should kind of reduce some of the things that Jamala, like somebody said about showing off. I be loud, I be, energetic, and we show off a lot when we are successful. That's how success is celebrated. When you celebrate success, you make more success. We cannot tell our people to calm down their celebration of success, in trying to please everybody else. But we should find ways to harness those special things anywhere, that has helped us over the years, meritocracy, and the rest of them, and package them into trying to get the people anywhere on ground who are holding our political positions, the political leaders anywhere, whoever they are, find a way to galvanize them into doing what we want, we will need from them, what we are yearning to get them to do.
Dalu, thank you so much for making this very brief. I respect that. Ago, I think you want to respond to what Bros Ike said. This will be the last, and Nelo will close and we'll go. So Ago, you have very short time to respond. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, 1 minute. I just wanted to continue on na ihe nwanne anyị nwoke kwuru gbasatara Azikiwe, because maka na mụnwa bụ ụfọdụ ihe okwuru ndị be anyị amachahụ history obodo anyị bụ Nigeria, and anyị bịa esoro na-ekwu ihe niile a na-ekwu maka Zik mgbe ụfọdụ ọ na-ewute n'obi, because ị wụrụ onye mma history Nigeria and history ala Igbo, if you ghọta ihe nwoke ahụ mere ndị Igbo. To a large extent, the Civil War was a success of Zik's efforts. So I don't know if I express myself well, but the point is that the Civil War itself, the pogroms, the hatred about Ndi Igbo, because Azikiwe's leadership of the Igbo succeeded and yielded results, out of proportion to even impute, such that Nigerians had to basically, turn back with hatred. So, what he did for the Igbo people. Look, before he showed up here, it became a different thing. But to just point about Sinazik, Prime Minister, but he left it. So what happened? About the British women. So how came my own presidential this parliamentary system. So if you remember the principle of federalism, no part of the federation should have, preponderance over the others. That is a basic principle of democracy. But it didn't happen in Nigeria. So the North wanted more parliamentary seats. In fact, the North wanted more parliamentary seats than any other, the other two regions. So that whatever.
That's not true. That's not true. That's another lie.
Please allow him to speak. You have spoken and he allowed you to speak. Please allow him to speak. Thank you.
I think we'll debate that. So the North went more parliamentary seats, so that when whatever you did, it will be difficult for you to even with more seats than the North. So NCNC actually got more numbers in terms of absolute numbers in the election. I think they had even nearly 2 million or so more than the other parties, but they won less number of seats. So Zik couldn't. The NCNC were much more. NPC were much more bargaining position in terms of alliance. But that's also not the point. The other point was that the North had started from 1953 threatening to succeed. Right? And the unity of Nigeria was strategic to the survival of the Igbo people. That's what Igbos don't understand today, some people. That the unity of Nigeria was strategic to our economic survival, because we were we're basically latecomers in terms of contact with, the outside. And Ndi Igbo, no, in several places. I know civil service in all parts of Nigeria, and they make business in all parts of Nigeria. So one of the reasons why, if NCNC and Action Group had aligned, it would have threatened the position of the North. So apart from the fact that MPC were winning more seats, but there was also the importance of not, it made the North feel threatened in Nigeria, anything that will affect the unity of Nigeria. So that was one of the reasons he had to make that, concession and deal. Of course, and then when you get into a coalition with Onyekagi in a more bargaining position because of more seats, you could also get determined I will be prime minister or not. So, my brother, I would like to get your position where you said there were not more seats in the North.
Biko, I wouldn't want us to allow this thing to go into another kind of debate. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Something is coming. Yeah. We have an opportunity for this kind of conversation. Something is coming. Icheta Makande Ndi Nolaya Biafra. Towards the ending of this month, I can a detailed conversation. I got dive into history in Ndi Igbo. Pre-colonial, colonial, pre-Biafran war, during Civil War, and after the Civil War. I will not get taken in 3 spaces, 3 days consecutive, and you may like that, but I get one space that will be dedicated to discussing history. I really mix things up. Because the reason why I like this conversation is that sometimes you maybe some facts, somebody else about check the facts. It's good, but because he happens there and if I could not discuss, which is Igbo discrimination. So can I at least say loses their focus come on, I gave me next time. That's what I'm saying. So just keep watching.
Oh, okay.
Hold on,
okay,
because
thank you. This man just like here. And
hold on now. Let me finish now. You would have heard what we said. We have some ground rules here. One is that we engage civilly.
Yeah, but
hold on.
The lie was the correction. He's lying.
Hold on.
Please don't say somebody is lying. When Jessica finishes, you can now come up with your point. Please.
Bros IK.
Is that how you want to move your whatever forward? Go.
Because we are educated people, we are civilized people, right? We should learn to have some respect for everybody who gather here when we come to talk, and we should be able to just have a civil conversation. We just came to have a conversation. Somebody can say something you feel is wrong, but the way you say it, he believes he's right. You believe you're right. So, and all the wrong matter. You have to respect him. He has to respect you. I know ground rules. One of them is that you have to respect yourself and respect others. 2, you got the civil. Some words not because I believe now. Let me tell you something. In the next 3 minutes, and we don't need that. And we want to create the right atmosphere for that, so that only obuna bialo nkobuna ojibia owele adobe only obuna egeyant etune the thing nene mama we fa ga ejunwe at the end of the day anyị kpokolozi fa muta owele weje lo together. This is what I believe, and this is why we're doing it this way. I kodole fa anwa kai we make all this sustainable, because I may be able to say ekwu now okay na tibozo onye obuna kwu ifo chodi ku ngwa onye obuna doba ma last we can choose that akabazi onu so na nwekwa space emele ebe ni ndị Igbo kobo onwe fa onu ndị ozo ewolozi amobazi anya mu oburu ife chọrọ ime. So biko na ewe niwe, and biko bros IK ewe niwe. You can't always say what you want to say the way you want to say it in public, because if I were our own rules dalum. So I got a position look or close okay well my mechie oga bo oge agago nnukwu ngwanelo gaa n'iru.
All right, thank you, Chuka. It's unfortunate now I can't drop go because all we were trying to say is let's, as in manner of, it is Agwamadoku is very important. Nobody want your here, so all those nzonzo, and Uncle Vin. One thing, when you're pointing at other people, 4 hands are pointing back at you. So you say, Ndi Igbo, this Igbo. Remember, you are also Igbo. So the whole thing, we are all in this together. So I just wanted to put that. Honestly, but my learned people have already, spoken on it. So I will just let it go. But one thing I will say is that this Nigeria, I want Ndi Igbo. We just like AA said, we have to. There's no single tribe in this country that can do it on their own. So alliances will have to be formed because some people they have so much words for Zeke. He's this, he's that. But the guy had to, so you have to study where you are and as in case there. The same thing Pio and Mekita, some people can say, oh, no matter what you do, but you have to play the game. So we will need to check ourselves, and I know this Nigeria, when I buy Naga, so we have to study that game, get in the ring and play it as it should be played. That's all I want to say, and I hope that everybody, talk to yourself and understand what we mean. You just pour it. You have to use your brain. Yeah, on that note, thank you all for, another brilliant, conversation. I thoroughly learned a lot. Thank you to everyone who came up. I know that couldn't come up today. We apologize. Oh God, you guys won't believe that this space is supposed to be 8 to 10. Chuka.
okwu a na-ekwu dị very 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 important. Ife anyị na-ebukwa no interest. Onye ọbụla chọọ ka ife wee gaa ọfụma. So all passion ka onye ọbụla ji wee bata n'okwu a, mana anyị ga-eme nke anyị ga-emenwu. Then echi anyị continue kwa merụkwa bido ebe anyị kwụsị wee gabakwa. Like I said before, we do this every Saturday from 8 p.m. This is the MONI Show, maka ọdịmma Ndi Igbo. And hopefully one day, this conversation will spread beyond Twitter, Facebook, YouTube to other places that people can hear us so that we can educate our people, create real awareness about good governance, about how to develop a society. And also, one of the collective Igbo community, the prosperous, the very solution-oriented. Onye ọbụla mwaga onye ọbụla aga like Igwe Bu Ike, like what we used to have before. Ọkwa na ife anyị demele ife anyị na-eme ebe anụma. Nwere ife ọzọ anyị na-achọ. And ọ ga-emecha buo banye into groups and all that. So alụ niile na-atụ ebe anụma, aga maka a ga-esi wee wele ya tinye n'ọlụ ka m rapụzi ya ebe a. Agaziela unu.